Okay. Are we live? We're live. Beautiful. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Apologies for being a bit late tonight, everybody. I just had more to eat after work than I usually do. So that's why I'm a bit behind schedule. Just like I was a little bit with work today. But that's okay. Because I come bearing good news. Yeah, you're early, but I'm late. But like I was about to say, I come bearing good news. Because I know I've had quite a few people asking me when the next episode of Blue Skies is coming out. Well, I talked to my commentary partner for that mod, Disabled, and I want to say we are set up for some more Blue Skies tomorrow. I got the day off tomorrow, so I know that I want to stream sometime in the afternoon or early evening tomorrow, so we can get as much Blue Skies done as possible. So yep, I'm very, very happy to be announcing that. The other thing I've been thinking about since yesterday's stream, I'm gonna try and work on getting my own Discord server set up, my own community server for this channel. So on a different note, how is everybody doing tonight? I'm glad to hear you're having a good night. I'm glad to hear you're having a good night, Kat. And I'll try not to take too long sending out links, so you can hopefully see a little bit of where we left off. Because I think we got a couple of in-game days into this mod. The point we left off, we just saw MC's poems that well, poems, I use that in air quotes, because he mostly, I mean, let's be real, he was just being an absolute dick. So yeah, if you didn't see part 1, yeah, towards the end of the stream where we get to the first poem sharing session, yeah. The player and this MC are just made an absolute dick. Hey Dawn, how you doing tonight? You probably weren't here for the announcement, but since we're in the pre-stream phase, I'll just put it out there again. I talked to Disabled today on my break at work, and I think we're set up to do some more Blue Skies tomorrow. Yep, I'm looking forward to that. I'm hoping we can get that lined up to make that work. Because, yeah, I have the day off work tomorrow. He said around sometime in the afternoon tomorrow. You know, because he's back at school already, so... no. Tomorrow's stream is probably going to be a bit earlier, because, yeah, it's going to be earlier than usual. It'll be more an afternoon, early evening stream for me. Because, you know, I'll be waiting for him to get off school. Hey, Sonic Gamer, how's it going? Foxy, how's it going? Glad to hear. Glad to hear everybody's doing good. Always makes me happy to hear. Oh, you mean, yeah, I posted in the, Plus chat on the World of Dreams server my, DDLC Plus order. And actually it was $38. I'd have to look over it again. I'd have to look over it again to see what all, that almost $40 I paid for it encompasses. The price doesn't matter that much to me though, because it's easily worth that to me. Yeah, I just decided to look at my order for Yep, I decided to look at my order for the premium physical edition of DDLC Plus, because those are supposed to be shipping out sometime in the near future. And I wanted to see you know, when mine was coming. And I looked you know, I looked my order up. And it says, you know, and it said, you know, estimated Tuesday, September 7th. Pre-ordered the same day. I'm not sure if that's when it's supposed to be, you know, ready to be picked up or delivered or what. To me, it doesn't exactly matter to me when I get it. I just, you know, I'm trying to find out when. Because some people are, you know, posting different dates for when they're supposed to be getting theirs. I'm just excited to get my hands on that premium physical. I cannot wait for that to drop, so I can finally do my unboxing video for it. Because I'm not usually much of a collector's edition person, but this game's a little different to me. DDLC's a little different. I feel like I had to go the extra mile and get the you know, not just the physical edition, but you know, the Collector's Edition. And Blank Kid, how you doing? Good to see ya. The same day Sonic Colors Ultimate comes out? Oh jeez, I didn't realize that was coming up so soon. I guess I should really think about whether or not I'm gonna pick that up, in that case. Alright, so I've sent out all the links I want to send. So, for everybody who is just joining in, I've had a few people asking when the next episode of Blue Skies is coming out, because it's been a while since my mate and I have done Blue Skies. So I talked to Disabled today and found out and yeah, once he gets home in the afternoon from school, we should be good to do some Blue Skies. So if you've been looking forward to some more Blue Skies from us, I'm excited to announce that, yeah, we finally have some time to record an episode. So look out for that tomorrow, either in the afternoon or the evening my time. So, and I'm US Central, so you can work out when that would be for you. It's almost 11:30 p.m. where I'm at. I'm thinking I'll probably just ask him when he wants to start tomorrow, so we'll figure it out then. And what happened yesterday, I passed out during Yuri Tea Talk. You'd have to be more specific. But basically where we left off, we just finished the first poem sharing session, and we've learned just how much of an ass this MC is. Or more specifically, the player controlling this MC. Because yeah, the quote-unquote poems he wrote for each of the girls here are just absolutely disgusting. So yeah, let's get back into it. Oh, I think that's a bug. Because yeah, there's supposed to be unique colored text boxes for each of the girls, as you can see from the thumbnail for the save. But yeah, if we go back to the history. Yeah, if you read the history here, you can kind of see the attitude of the player we're dealing with here. Underskins, hey. But yeah, if you look at these few lines here, you can just see how little interest the player has in Sayori especially. Because when Sayori presents her poem, he basically does what I will do sometimes if I'm playing a mod that features the base game poems that I've already seen many times. He basically just clicks past it immediately. You know, which in universe comes off as this. You know, I handed it to him and he nearly dropped it immediately. And then, you know, because of how quickly he just passes it over, it completely changes how Sayori interprets MC's line. It completely changes how Sayori interprets the player's lines here. Oh, nice. So, yeah. That's kind of where we're at. We just finished the first poem sharing session last night. That's where we left off, because I just realized we were not going to get to the end of the day before quite a bit more time passed, and I still had to get up for work this morning, so I had to just call it there. So yeah, we're getting back into Monica's perspective now, because we're finished with poem sharing. After he finished talking to the last of us, he went back to his seat and relaxed, his attention going around the room rather wistfully as he looked over at Sayori and I first. So, are you all right? I put on a smile as he looked over in our direction. I was honestly trying to cover up the anxiety from the intense stare he was giving me. I guess so. Sayori looked at me with a bit less of a smile, her frown more obvious as she stared at me. She looked a bit lost, almost, my own smile retracting a little as I looked back at her. We can talk when we are alone tonight, alright? Sayori smiled a little as I said that. Just yesterday you wouldn't have done that. I guess I really am affecting you, huh? I felt myself blush a bit as she mentioned the change I hadn't even noticed until that point. I looked away for a moment or two to collect myself before looking back at her, my smile still bright. Yeah, I appreciate it a lot, Sayori. She let her smile waver a little bit as she looked down again, concern rising in my gut. If you want to talk about this tonight, I'll be there for you, okay? She nodded as I took a quick look to the right. The character model had shifted his vision towards the back of the room. Yuri and Natsuki were sharing poems with one another. Come on, you two, please don't mess this up. So, what did you think of my poem, Yuri? Natsuki said it clearly, with a little more bravado than I had expected. I felt a bit of nervousness crawl up my back as Yuri looked down at the paper, then simply slid it back over to Natsuki. It's cute, I guess. Natsuki seemed shocked. She was staring right at Yuri as she made a terribly over-exaggerated face. God, this can't be. I snapped my fingers once to draw attention to myself. Yuri looked my way and nodded, a certain determined look crossing her face as she stared back at Natsuki. Natsuki, your poem is short. Natsuki looked at Yuri confused. She didn't remember this part, and neither did I. It's as short as you are. Yuri smiled, and Sayori poorly stifled a laugh. At least Sayori isn't feeling as down anymore. Did you just make fun of my height? Natsuki seemed absolutely furious as she stood up straight and puffed out her chest. Well, I'll have you know that I don't need to write all long and stuff. People like shorter poems. She seemed pretty ticked off at that point. Sensitivity about your height much? Plus, I know Sayori really liked my poem, and so did Ben. I looked over at Sayori, who shrugged at me in response, our attention going back to the now standing woman and the much shorter angry tsundere. Don't worry, Underskins, it's intentional. Well, excuse me, but I didn't know that I know that the amount of detail I use is necessary to add to the story and feeling. So unless you can suggest something that works with my technique, I'd suggest you'd stay quiet. Oh, brutal. I could feel Natsuki's rage rise as she stared off against Yuri. Plus, I know the new member liked my poem as well. So your point is disproven. Yuri seemed awfully standoffish all of a sudden. Wait, are those two actually fighting? I I felt the worry build up as I started to approach them. But as I started to go over there, Sari walked right in front of me to confront them instead. Yeah, that's a lot of sleep, Bradley. I'm glad to hear you got a good amount of sleep. That's very good. Also, I'm happy to tell you there should be more blue skies tomorrow. I talked to Disabled, and he should be free tomorrow in the afternoon, so look forward to that. Alright, well, have a good night, Cat. It's good to see you, as short as it was. Yep, I know you especially have been asking when more Blue Skies is coming, so I decided to ask him on my break today. My head felt a little dizzy as I sat down on Sayori's desk, watching everything unfold. Oh no, nothing at all. I was feeling more than a little bit useless at that point. Well, you know what? Stop! Both of you! Sari's voice rang out loudly to my surprise, and to add to it, Sari looked a bit furious as she stood there looking at the two of them. Why are we fighting over this? Seriously! Both Yuri and Natsuki looked dejected, a clear streak of shame coming over them as they shrunk away from her. Natsuki, you are a fine writer. Your poetry skills are amazing! Sari walked over to her and put a hand on her shoulder. Plus, everything you do is cute. How you write, how you react, all of it. She took in a quick breath. And your height? Who cares? Your height is just a part of who you are, and nothing anybody can say will change that. Natsuki seemed a bit shocked, but her expression was displaying clear shame as Sari turned towards Yuri. Yuri, you're just as good of a writer in your own regard. You've developed your own style, and you have such a magical way with words. I witnessed Yuri take it in sharply, her expression shifting into embarrassment. I know you want Sarah to improve on her word choice, or whatever, but she's perfectly fine as it is. Her poetry is just as expressive, even if it isn't as long or as complex as yours. Yuri nodded as Sarah took a step back from the two of them, her expression one of pure determination. Now, apologize. Both of you. The two girls looked at Sayori and then at each other, Natsuki swallowing once before speaking softly. I'm sorry I got so worked up over this, Yuri. She looked downcast as Yuri tried to collect her thoughts before speaking. It's okay, Natsuki. I'm sorry for making fun of your height. Why don't they just yeet him and suspend MC's living card immediately? I think that will become more evident later. I think that'll become more clear later. I'm sorry for making fun of your height. I thought it would be a nice joke to help lighten the mood. Yuri looked down from Natsuki while the two tried to figure out what to say next. I'm going to make some tea. Natsuki looked up at her and smiled a little. Can I join you? Even Sayori seemed surprised as she looked back at me. I didn't really know what to say to that. Sure. Yuri motioned for Natsuki to follow, and the two of them heading to the tea set, grabbing it, and giving all of us a glance before walking out of the clubroom door. Okay, hopefully now... Yeah, there we go. Now the text box is back to normal. The narration text box was supposed to be green because we were seeing from Monika's perspective there. And to answer your question, Monica, that's... Sorry, I had to sneeze there. Okay, it felt like another one was coming on, but I think it's subsiding now. But to answer your question, Monica, I don't really have a preference, honestly, between the two. There are things that I like about base DDLC's art style. There's things that I like about each of them, but I feel like neither art style overshadows the other. So I think they're both very good in their own right. Okay. Yeah, I kind of agree with what Bradley's saying. Although I have to say, if I had to pick a favorite of all of the CGs from DDLC Plus, especially I'd have to say my favorite of the new CGs from DDLC Plus was the one featured in Monica and Yuri's story. I think I'd have to say that one was one of my favorites to look at. For a number of reasons, as some of you may remember. I walked with Natsuki silently, occasionally glancing at her, noting that she was trying not to look at me. Did did I mess up? We arrived at the water fountain. Natsuki watched me as I put the teapot down and began to fill it with water. The silence that had been present was being broken with the sound of rushing water splashing into the glass teapot. Yuri, I felt my body tense up. Oh yeah, for sure. Yes, Natsuki? I felt two smaller hands reach over and grasp mine. My attention was directed at her as she looked up at me, her eyes filled with tears. I'm really sorry, Yuri. I didn't mean to get so angry at you. The water fountain stopped running, regardless as to whether or not it had finished filling the teapot with water. Natsuki. Something came over me, a feeling of unease when I looked at her, her grip tightening. I'm so goddamn sorry. I got into the heat of the moment, and I lost my cool. She was silenced as I made the decision to hug her. Her face became even more teared up as she hugged me back tightly. It's okay, Natsuki. I shouldn't have said that to you. If I had known, I wouldn't have. I'm so sorry. She buried her face into my chest, her sobs becoming more and more muffled as time went on. For once, I wanted to not let go, even though she got on my nerves sometimes. She's still my friend, and she needs my support too. We should get back to the club before they get worried, or worse. I nod as I turned the water fountain back on, Natsuki not yet letting go of me. The last drops of water hit the teapot as we began to make our way back. Natsuki had let me go at this point, the two of us walking together. It's a bit lonely without her warmth. I looked at her and smiled as we approached the clubroom door. She looked at me with a more confident smile. Don't you dare tell anyone about this, or I'll make you regret it. You got that? I laughed a little bit as she held the door open for me, and we went back inside without further complications. Alright, Sayori turn. I looked over to watch Yuri and Natsuki when they came inside, a short breath of relief escaping my lips as I noticed that they were smiling again. Monika also seemed to be relieved, as she cleared her throat softly. Okay, everyone! She stood up straight with her finger upraised in her normal glamour. After Yuri and Natsuki finished their little tea session, I think it's about time we call it a day. Natsuki's glare was red hot. I could feel the heat of it from my position across the room. One thing before we leave, how did we all feel about sharing poems together? I felt my spirits raise when she said this. I had nearly forgotten that I had started working on my poem for our club meeting tonight. My poem. I'm sure they'll love it. I looked down at the piece of paper with the nearly completed poem on it, with my smile growing as I slipped it into my bag for later. I then noticed that Monika was shooting me glances. I was a bit confused at first until I remembered... Oh, right! I thought it was fun, Monika! Natsuki and Yuri agreed as they placed out the now filled teacups, the smell of it taking over my senses. He sipped the tea generously, letting out a quiet thank you as he started to pack up his things, his character model showing little to no real interest in what was going on with the rest of us. What about you, Ben? He looked up and spoke harshly. Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone. Monika smiled brightly as she could to his rather dull response. Then I say we do the same thing tomorrow. It's a good way to connect together as a club. I smiled at her response, my eyes catching the drifting concern Monika now had as she looked at me. Still worried? I'm fine now. I was already standing and getting ready to head home until the thought hit me like a train. I have to walk home with him. Oh, fun. Man, I remember like 8 years ago at this point, I played one of the fan game versions of that creepypasta. There's one specific part of it that still makes me regret that decision. Hey, Ben! You ready to walk home with me? I said it suddenly, not letting my own thoughts continue out of fear of what my nervousness would do. I'll carry the burden. It's the price I'll pay for everyone else. He looked at me and nodded in silence as we both exited the clubroom together. I took one last longing glance back at the club room before proceeding down the hall, the quiet echoing of our footsteps ringing out before we finally made it outside. Which one? Monica or, Sonic.exe? Because I know the Monica mod exists. People want me to play it. Even though I haven't even played, the base game of Friday Night Funkin'. After what felt like an eternity, we reached our street. The quiet brought a certain sense of calm to me. Oh, why am I not surprised? At least until his voice started to grate my eardrums. Sayori, well, about what happened earlier. I looked at him, caught off guard by the sudden interruption of my peaceful stroll. You know, between Natsuki and Yuri. Does that sort of thing happen often? I looked at him with a bit of shock running through my system, and quickly spouted out an answer. No! I've never seen them fight like that before. I promise they aren't normally like that. You don't hate any of them, do you? Nice. If you want, send it to me on Discord. I'll showcase it. That's my name. That's my Discord name. If you want to send it to me. But his dialogue drowned out. Something else caught my attention in that moment. He had the strangest look on his face as his expression remained still. I blinked a few times as I stared at him. Disgust? Rage? Anguish? I couldn't discern it. He seemed genuinely mad at me for telling him that they aren't normally at each other's throats like they were today. I can see why they'd make good friends with you. I could taste how bitter he was with that statement. My heart sinking a little as I realized I couldn't possibly tell him how hurtful his words really were being in that moment. Not even just towards me either, but everyone. That's good! I'm glad you're enjoying your time with all of us. I turned away from his face, feeling a swell of emotion overcome me a little. I guess we'll have to see what the future holds, right? I'm sure. It's just such an absurd idea. He let go and pretty much darted away from me and into his house, leaving me alone on the street. I looked at my shoulder and brushed it off. The surge of emotion starting to get worse as I rushed inside my house and slammed the door behind me. He isn't real. It's up to Wolverine here. Sorry. Sorry, I was looking at chat and didn't realize the text was advancing on its own. That really caught me off guard, not gonna lie. I was not ready for that. But to answer your question, Don, I'm waiting for Wolverine to send it to me. Sayori is utterly infuriated with our boy here. That's what's happening. Because the player behind him is an absolute asshole. So yeah, I guess this is what we missed. Yeah, I guess Sayori lost her cool for a bit there. I wasn't sure how long I was alone on the floor. Yeah, something like that. Like I said, I didn't realize the text was advancing on my own, and I was reading chat thinking, I was just paused, and then I just start hearing glitching noises, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? I did not approve this. Man, that really threw me off. But yeah, Don, it's ultimately up to Wolverine whether or not he wants to share it with me. Cause if he wants to, put my Discord in, I put my Discord name in chat, and it'll be up to him whether or not he wants to share it on stream with us. Or who even found me lying there. I just know I woke up in my bed, cuddling my warm cow plushie. Mr. Cow. I snuggled it closely, doing what I did most nights to help me relax after a long day. Mr. Cow was so soft and smooth and. Wait a minute. I opened my eyes and realized that I wasn't snuggling up to Mr. Cow at all. The first thing that filled my vision was the hair that I was burying my face into. It was long and smelled oddly of coffee, and after a few seconds it clicked that the color was not that of Mr. Cow. Brown? I felt my body freeze as the revelation of who I was cuddling with came to me full force. Monica? I pulled away a bit, but I realized that she was holding me in her arms as well. My face flushed with blood as my eyes widened to the ever growing predicament I was in. She fell asleep, staring right at me? I let out a quiet sigh as I tried to stay comfy. My mind was finding a strange level of peace from being in this position, even if it wasn't something I was expecting to wake up to. He isn't real. I felt my eyes begin to close again as sleep began to take over. He isn't real. Yep, shoot me a message on Discord if you want to share it with me, and you're fine with it being shown on stream. It's up to you, Wolverine. My eyes shut as I let out a happy noise of content. She is. The alarm interrupted my return to sleep, while Monica shook herself awake, just enough to practically slap the clock so she could snuggle back into bed. Yeah, sounds like what I do every time I set an alarm. Just fist hits alarm. Chink. 5 more minutes. Shut up. Uh, no, I'm not going back to sleep now. Not after that annoying noise. Monica. She grumbled something under her breath in response. Monica. Hey. She opened an eye for a moment before closing it again. Monica. She sleepily opened her eyes after my third attempt. Third time's a charm. What is it, Sayori? I smiled a little. Can you let go of me now? I know I'm a comfy person to hug and all, but don't we have club stuff to do? That sounds amazing, Wolverine. That sounds amazing. Monica seemed confused until she shifted herself a little and looked at our position together a bit closer, to which the look on her face immediately went from sleepy to complete shock.
Sayori! She let go of me and sat up, looking away from me out of complete embarrassment. I'm sorry, Sayori. I didn't mean to do that. I must have thought you were Mr. Cow, or... I smiled at her as I proceeded to boop her on the nose in the middle of her sentence, her shock melting away in some mild concern. Boop. Did you hurt your head or something when you fell? I smiled when she mentioned that. Did you find me? Monica shook her head. Natsuki did, actually. When you didn't answer your back door, she snuck around to the front, and well, I thought... She looked away from me as I scooted over and hugged her tightly to comfort her. She's still so very warm. I could hug her forever.
Yeah, don't tempt her. Don't tempt her. Yeah, I know. Like, bitch, do I look like a cow plushie to you? Especially if you're Sayori, who's not exactly as thick as Mr. Cow is here. Like, are you for real with this shit?
She hugged me back, a sigh of relief coming from her. After a little while, she pulled away regretfully. And you're right, we have to go clubbing tonight.
Nah, don't take that out of context, folks.
She smirked as she said that, standing up and stretching out. First is the coding club thingy, right, Monica?
Yes, more coding.
I asked curiously. Yawning gently as she nodded in response.
Yeah, very different situation, but the same principle applies. Because yeah, when he was hallucinating or whatever, he thought Sayori was Mr. Cow.
Yep. Monica's coding club, patent pending. I realized I was in my stay-at-home clothes somehow. I looked up at Monica suspiciously, but she just shrugged in response before leading me out of my room and down the stairs. She can just as easily do that with coding as she can physically, so don't be so sus, Sayori. Don't forget, you're learning how to do these things yourself. All right, everyone. Sarah and I walked down the stairs together, my voice picking up as we approached the living room. Natsuki and Yuri were hanging out on the couch as we approached. They both seemed to look up at us. They both looked up at us and seemed pleased to see us arrive. You two look a bit messy. Did you sleep well?
Yeah, exactly. See, Bradley knows what's up. Also, I don't like the implications of that after what Underskins just said here. God, that's messed up.
Sari smiled with a wide grin. Yeah, it was nice to wake up in bed instead of on the floor. Yuri's smile faltered a little as she looked at me. I nodded as Yuri let out a quiet sigh. She looked happy to hear that. I see. I'm glad you slept well, Sayori. I walked to the center of the room, looking around in search of my notebook. It was sitting on the couch near the other two club members. A slight twinge of fear went through my body as I made my way towards them. Did you two look through this? They looked at me and shook their heads. They seemed a bit confused as to why I cared so much. Nice job, Monica. They could have read about before. Alright, we're gonna keep today simple, just to give everyone a basis to go off of for the rest of the week and beyond. If you all remember yesterday, we delved into the art of summoning items a little bit. The rest of the girls all looked up, their excitement clear in regards to my introduction of today. I have been waiting to make my tea set look better. The color isn't attuned to my personal tastes. Yuri said it as she picked up her pure black kettle, its metal reflecting the lights in the room poorly. Yeah, plus I was wondering if I could somehow make the colors on my cupcakes rainbow colored, or a mix. Natsuki smirked. Guess that's one way to avoid Yuri teasing over. Oh, really? I thought you liked the purple icing. I guess I was wrong. Never mind. Yuri knew exactly what she was trying to do. Yup. And I guess I could maybe I could make... Yuri seemed to go deeper into her own thoughts as she looked straight at me, eventually her eyes lighting up as something came to mind. I know what to make! I smiled as the girls all seemed to get excited over enhancing their coding skills from the first time. Alright then, we can just start with the tea set. It'll be easier to learn since it's a singular color change. Yuri's eyes lit up as she sat up straight and became serious in under a few seconds. Really? Why'd we have to start with her? Natsuki said it as she huffed, Yuri smiling a little towards Natsuki. Because I'm just simple like that, Natsuki. Plus, this will be just the beginner step. Multicoloring will be much more fun to learn. I'm certain of it. So from their perspective, it's like Natsuki turned into the Hulk. And they're just watching with sheer bewilderment, like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, dude. Do you know how many problems we could solve if the world had coding like this? You know how many problems we could fucking solve? Although, that would also create its own set of problems with people abusing it. As I'm sure you can imagine. So what kind of color are you planning to create exactly? Yuri seemed to go deep in thought as she looked at her tea set, and before she looked up at me, her answer prepared. A deep purple. I'm not a fan of bright colors for the most part. She said the last bit when she glanced over at Natsuki, and I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in response to that. Deep colors. Okay, we can do that. I thought for a moment before pulling up my command prompt and typing in a quick line of code. Yuri was watching me with intent in her eyes. So to change the color of your tea set's texture, you can simply change its hex color code. Yuri frowned, looking disgruntled. Hex color code? Yeah, every color has a hex number. And you need to know that to change the color. It's a bitch. Yes, it's a 6-digit number code that represents different colors. Yuri puzzled for a moment before trying to process the information that I had given her. Well, if the colors are represented by numbers, how do I know what color to choose? How do I know what number to choose for the right color? I raised up my finger, allowing myself to take confidence in my knowledge. Explaining how the numbers are read out loud would be a bit complicated. To keep things simple, I'll let you borrow my color reference notes that I've had on me for a while now. I turned to the proper page in my notes and handed them off to Yuri, was looking over the page, trying to figure things out on her own. She nodded as she looked up at me, silently signaling that she was ready.
Yep, I would honestly just have some kind of table, or once I've settled on a color to use, I would just, note down its hex number and just write it down somewhere so I don't forget it. Just, ugh.
She pulled out her own and typed in what I had typed before to pull the tea set up and began to think hard about her color choice. She typed in what she wanted it to change to, and within a few seconds, her tea set shifted its hue into a much darker purple. Oh my! She looked down at the tea set with surprise as she picked it up, examining every little detail she could. It's pure purple. That's amazing! Natsuki and Suri were watching in awe for a few moments before Natsuki grabbed my notebook and looked it over. She nodded and pulled up her own command prompt and entered in a long line of code. Aha! I got it already! Natsuki created a cupcake with a mixture of colors on the icing. They didn't mix together all that well, but they did add to the beauty of it. Green, purple, blue, and pink. I smiled as she held it up proudly. Yuri was catching on as much as I was about her color choices, while Sayori just stared at it hungrily. Yup. She's looking at it like, ooh, gimme, 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 gimme. Fucking Sayori, man. Never fails. I fucking love that starry-eyed Sayori. Can I have it? Natsuki held it away from her as she bit into it triumphantly. This is mine, Sayori, not yours. Sayori pouted as Yuri giggled, my smile coming up as I turned my attention to Sayori. What would you like to create today, then, Sayori?
I actually played that game a lot growing up. I'd have to say my favorite of the ones that I played was LBP2. I spent a lot of time on that game. Oh, man. Those were the good old days. I wish more games had such an in-depth level editor like that game did. Because I love that kind of stuff.
She stuttered as she seemed to collect her thoughts, finally opening her mouth. I would like to make a... She stopped herself as she shook her head. A platter of cookies. A big, warm platter, tasty and fresh. I looked at her a bit confused as to why she seemed so unsure of herself.
Yes.
Well, that's not too hard either, so it's a good start. Sayori smiled as I opened up my command prompt, the other girls watching me closely. So let's see. I looked over at Sayori. What kind of cookies do you want? She seemed to go into thought. How about cinnamon cookies? I laughed as I started to type out the code to show her how to make the cookies themselves. Ooh! So I can change that value? The cookie flavor thing? She said it, appearing to understand right away, as she pulled up her own command prompt and started to type into it. Jeez, she's really fast at that. Mm. She hit enter and a plate. She hit enter as a plate full of freshly made cookies dropped down in front of the group. Sarah's eyes widening with excitement as she picked one up and bit into it. Yes. She was talking with her mouth full again. Sayori, ugh, come on, don't talk with your mouth full.
I think if you brought Sayori into that store, she would just have the ultimate sugar high and probably just explode. Like, sweet Jesus. That sounds like sensory overload for Sayori, not gonna lie.
Natsuki piped up as she picked one up and joined in the feasting. Yuri giggled as she pulled up her command prompt again. She seemed interested in doing more.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Well, let's spend the next 30 minutes messing around with this so everyone can get used to it. It seems we can jump a little further than just color switching for today, thanks to Sayori. The others nodded as they got back into their work, poking at things to edit around the house, and with new things to spawn in and mess with.
Man. Man, yeah, you guys, I'm so glad you guys brought up Little Big Planet. Just the countless hours that I spent just messing around in the level editors with that just, oh man, it brings back so many good memories, dude. Oh, I'm sure they do. But it's totally worth it though, right?
Alright, everyone. I piped up with a laugh as they put their command prompts away, Sarah looking especially disheartened to be interrupted. I do my best to console her with my simple words as to what was happening next. No need to look that way, after all. I smiled brightly as my excitement came through unfiltered. It's time to share poems! The girls brightened up as I said this. Natsuki in particular looked quite determined to show off her work. Poem time! Yes! Sarai said it loudly as she scrambled over to her bag, which was sitting by the front door still. Yuri let out a small laugh as she walked over to her own bag, reaching in and pulling out a small piece of neatly folded up paper. Natsuki reached behind the couch and pulled out her own bag, pulling out her poem as well.
Somebody should make that a mod. Doki Doki Gmod Club. I would totally be down for that. It sounds amazing. Oh yeah. Oh man.
Well, if everyone is ready, then I guess we can start sharing. Who wants to go first? The rest of my club smiled as they looked at each other, until the stark realization set in from what they had to do to share their poems. And with that, their confidence faded away.
Yes, it would be great.
Or not. Okay. I thought things over for a moment before snapping my fingers, the other three looking at me with surprise. I'll go to each of you, and we can swap who goes to who every day, at least until we're all comfortable enough to share openly with one another. The others nodded as I looked at my poem. Admittedly, I was a bit nervous as well, but I needed to prove my strength as a leader for them in this moment. To whom should I share my poem with first?
Alright. So we are choosing for Monica. Who would have thought? Who would have thought, right? Not many mods let you see through Monica's perspective, let alone make choices for her, so... Kind of a unique opportunity. I think I want to go with Natsuki first, since she seemed so determined to prove she's the best writer.
Alright, Natsuki. I walked over to her and sat down next to her. She had situated herself on the couch for the time being, and was leaning back and trying to cast off a tough and stoic demeanor. Are you ready? She sighed audibly as she sat up and held out her poem. The quiet chatter of Yuri and Sarah were beginning to pick up, as the two of them shared their poems as well. Yeah, sure. Just don't think I'm bad, because, you know, you do that coding stuff all the time. But that has nothing to do with poetry, Natsuki. Yes, I can totally see that, Bradley. And Sarah would be kicking and screaming like, no, no, I'm not done yet. Let me back in there. I looked up at her as I took the paper from her and smiled. That doesn't mean I'm a good writer. I just know how to write lines of data. Natsuki scoffed as she took my poem. She was a bit rough, but I could tell she was taking her time when she started to read it. My attention then went back to the poem I now have.
Ah, yes. We heard the title of this one last stream, The Fluffy King. The Fluffy King. I explore that feeling, that one of comfort, one of peace with everyone. I see clouds, I see the sun, I see the sky, I see everyone. I like the fluffy kings, I like the yellow rays, I like the blue freedom, I see myself.
I read it over a few times, my mind racing. Are the fluffy kings the clouds? What does this even mean?
Well, I'm right there with you. Because I don't have much to say about it myself after reading it over.
I felt my notebook get placed on my lap. I looked up at Natsuki. She was staring at me, a look of nervousness obviously displayed on her face. Natsuki, this poem is... I looked over her poem again.
You don't get it, do you?
She said it bluntly as I looked up at her, a feeling of doubt crawling on my back. I felt embarrassment turn my face red as I looked away from her. I looked at her poem again, something clicking when I read over each line. When I read over each last line of the stanzas again.
God damn it, now I wish I had rewind to see what she was talking about.
I do get it.
Sweet Jesus, that is crazy. That is crazy. I think for us, the closest thing I can think of that I know about here in the States is Mall of America. And since it's right here in my state, I've actually been there before. It is huge. Like, they actually have hotels at the Mall of America so that you can, like, stay over and experience it over multiple days if you want to. Like, it is nuts. Because, yeah, there's so many different shops and restaurants, and there's even, like, an amusement park in there. It is crazy.
I do get it. I looked up at her with a smile, to which she returned with a curious look of her own. I handed the poem back to her and straightened myself up in my seat. In fact, I think I understand exactly what you're getting at here.
Well, fill me in, because I don't have the chance to look at it more than once without, skipping a lot, so...
Her surprise only grew as I put a finger to my cheek, my smile growing a bit more.
That's crazy.
You like the calmness of little cloudy days, the ones in which,
Oh, dude, nice. If she hasn't brought up the promise ring combo yet, get ready for that. 'Cause I'm pretty sure it's right around there she's supposed to bring that up for the first time.
Her surprise dissipated a little, my eyebrow raising. And you're comparing that to what you have now, with us. We're your little cloudy days with a bright sun peeking out. She smiled when I said that. You didn't get it entirely, but close enough. I felt a bit discouraged as she smugly leaned back on the couch. Yeah, I did write about you guys, but the reason I did it wasn't solely about that. She smiled brightly. But I appreciate that you understood that She seemed to have a spark of realization ignited, but she locked her gaze onto me. Yeah, about you guys. She looked away, her smug attitude disappearing. So... your poem.
Yep, exactly. That's pretty much what she said just now.
She sat up as she changed the subject, a small smile crossing my face. It was really insightful? I guess that would be the word Yuri would use. She seemed to think for a moment before shrugging. I mean, I'm sure I would get it better without the fancy words and stuff, but you got the point across. It must have sucked being alone like that. I smiled sadly as I nodded. She understands, even if she hasn't experienced exactly what I've been through. Yeah, it really did suck. Natsuki put a gentle hand on my arm. You'll get better. I know you will. Heck, you already have improved, haven't you? I looked at her a bit confused as she relaxed her expression once again. Well, let's get going. I really want to start on making dinner. I laughed as she let out her signature before getting up and looking at the others.
And straight to Yuri.
Me? Now? Yuri said it quietly as I approached her. She had decided to sit down at the dinner table, which was not too separated from the living room. Natsuki and Suri were chatting in the background as they shared their poems. Yes, Yuri, I hope you don't mind. She nodded as she and I exchanged a moment of silence. Suri would have gotten her chatting by now. Oh, here! I almost forgot. Yuri slid her poem over to me. I did the same respectfully as I picked it up and looked at her poem. Alright. Time to reprise my ability to read script once again. A breath of unfrozen air. the icy tendrils wrapping around my skin, squeezing, lashing out their last whim. This is the one. I could see the warm fire, crackling with life and joy. Its size minute, yet its hope unmatched. The freezing restraints broken at last. Okay. It will be afternoon, early evening for me, because I'll be waiting for Disabled to be getting off school, because school's back in session for him, and I'll figure that out with him tomorrow. Just know that it'll be quite a bit earlier than usual. This is... I blinked a few times as I looked up at Yuri. That's kind of what I'm hoping for, but, we'll see what happens. Yeah, he says he'll be free after 2 p.m. his time, and I think he's an hour ahead of me. I don't remember. And to answer your question, Monica, there's a mod that kind of lets you do something like that. It's called Life and Love with Monica. I ended up showcasing it, I want to say like last month on one of my one-off streams. And obviously there's the games in Monica After Story, but you'll have to elaborate a little more on what you mean by that. Because I wouldn't mind having more things to do with Monica, whether it be new games or anything. It's nice to hear your own words, isn't it? She put my poem down, the message clear to both of us as she looked deep in thought. You never did tell us what happened before. Not all of it, at least. She looked at me seriously as I felt a twinge of guilt over having not told them the full truth yet. If you need to tell us, you can. Yeah. Okay. She's reaching out to me? Yuri of all people? I felt confusion mixed in with my overwhelming guilt and regret. Why is she trying to be so nice about it? I will. If I need to tell you, I will. I promise. She smiled a little as she took her poem back. I'll take your word on that, Monica. As for your poem, I think we can agree that we both kind of wanted to talk about the same thing. Maybe tonight or tomorrow we can talk about it more, if that's okay. Determination was welled up in her voice as she looked at her own poem and then back at me. I am hoping to go into more details this Saturday, when we won't be so stressed out about this week. Oh, you mean, you mean like kind of a, sandbox mod, I guess, where you can, play as Monica. Okay, now I think I get what you mean. Well, to answer that, there's a mod that half does that. You don't get to, control everything that she does, but... There's a mod that, like, half does that,
it lets you, Jesus, my voice cracked really hard there. But, there's a mod called Fake Reality where you get to see, quite a bit of, base DDLC from Monica's perspective until, she starts to catch on that, the game is a mod. And let's just say her reactions to, or not her reactions, but her commentary on the base game is absolutely fucking hilarious. Also, you get a authentic, recreation of what it is like to wait for, the script to call Monica. And by that I mean there are sections of that mod where you just sit for literal minutes at a time and do nothing. Absolutely nothing. For like, I want to say 5 minutes or more at a time. It's one of the earliest mods I did a playthrough of on my channel. You can find it in my one-offs. Because I finished it in one session. It was back in my early days of playing mods. But yeah, Fake Reality I thought was a really fun mod. Yep, Fake Reality doesn't go over all of base DDLC. Like, it stops a fair way through Act 1 when things start to differ. And basically Monica starts to realize that the copy of the game she's in is actually a mod. And over time, wrenches control over her away from the player. And let's just say what she does once that happens is quite devious. She looked at me with a glance of concern, a glint of suspicion lying underneath. Admittedly, she would be right about me not wanting to talk about it, since I didn't even try to mention it when I first talked to them. It isn't just for me, either. It'd be for all of you, because you all deserve the truth. I will trust your word, Monica. I just don't want this to cause any distress at a crucial moment, like you said before. She smiled again. But you are right. This Saturday seems to be an opportune time. Although I could tell from the strange tone in her voice that she wouldn't exactly let the issue lie bare until this Saturday, I decided to accept the compromise as well. I agreed with her word and stood up, thanking her for her time before moving on to my next partner. Monica! Syria hugged me tightly as I approached. I froze out of instinct, my limbs going still from the sudden shock of her arms clamping around my body. Sayori! You really need to stop surprising me like that. She pulled back a little and gave me a pout, her expression showing off how upset she was with my reaction. Do you not like my hugs, Monica? I shook my head without hesitation. Alright, sounds good, Dawn. No, it's not that. It's just that it's... Her upset pout was slowly morphing into a gaze of genuine sadness, my heart twinging with regret as I looked at her, my mouth clamped shut. Alright, Sayori. You can hug me whenever, so long as you promise it won't result in nearly toppling me over for scaring me half to death.
She smirked deviously as she took in the glory of her apparent victory. Of course, it was too late to revert the mistake I'd just made. She really was just messing with me. That little devil. Yep. Sayori is clever when she wants to be. Anyways, are you ready to share, Monica? She led me over to the couch and we both sat down, facing each other. When did she become so persuasive? She's stepping up her game all of a sudden. Oh, I just got a great idea! The other two looked up as she piped up a bit too loudly. How about we read our poems aloud to each other? You know, this once. Just to try it? I looked at the others, hoping they would disagree, but they both seemed to like the idea for the most part. Sure, let's try it this once just to see how it goes. Yeah, I know, right? Not that I tune into live streams much on my console, but yeah, it's kind of dumb that there isn't some kind of chat on console. Sayori smiled as Yuri started to read quietly to Natsuki. She was taking quick note of Natsuki's intense expression as she honed in on Yuri's every word. Those two are pretty cool with it. I guess I don't really have a choice at this point. Okay, Monica. You want to go first, or should I? Sayori tore my focus away from the others. As I looked back at her and down at my poem, I wonder about... Another choice, ladies and gentlemen. Whose poem do we want to hear first? Do we want to hear Sayori's poem first or Monica's poem first? What do we think? Yeah. It's not just, this game. This game, Fix Man. It's any game. When you're watching live on YouTube on your, console, there's just no chat. Very good. Welcome back, Dawn. We have a choice. Whose poem do we want to hear read out loud first? Sayori's or Monica's? Dawn says Monica. Does it make too much of a difference to me personally? I'm sorry if I seem kind of tired. I shouldn't have had so much Italian after getting home from work. Take the good old coin trick. Hey, hey, Monica. Hey, oh, hey, Monica. I feel like there's a reference in there that I'm just not getting. You know, I really should just... Ugh, I'm sorry for how tired I sound, but yeah, I really should just keep a coin on me whenever I stream at this point. I don't know why that hasn't occurred to me yet. Let's just go Monica. Well, with me being the president, it's only natural that I go first, right? Sayori's eyes lit up as I said this. Yay, I get to listen to your poem first. Sayori smiled brightly at me as I awkwardly began reading my poem out loud. The tide of changing waves. Desperate to bring about a new time, my hand drifts across the numbers and letters, ever so curious, and curiouser, and curiouser, looking harder, deeper, farther than before, seeking something to finally set me loose, something to let me free. Free. Yep, I don't use my phone all that much throughout the day either. Not so much due to the fact that I don't use it all that much, but more that just my battery on my phone just does not last that long. Yeah, it's just that my phone is quite old at this point, and my phone's battery health says it's at about 80% of what it was at its peak, but no, it feels like less than that. Yep, honestly, I want to take my phone to repair shop, see if I can get the battery replaced. So I don't even know if mine's under warranty anymore. You mean it drains 80% faster? That's what it feels like sometimes. That and the charging port on my phone is just completely shot. It doesn't even fucking work. So, you might be wondering, well, how does it charge then? Well, wireless charging is a thing. And that's exactly why I got a phone that would charge wirelessly. Because my last phone did that too, where the charging port just went to shit. And I mean, once that happened, it's just, you're shit out of luck. Back in the day, if your charging port was bad, it's just, you're shit out of luck. That's hilarious. Yep, I remember, I'm jealous. I wish mine would do that. I'm gonna read mine now. I hope it's good enough to match yours. I smiled as I laughed a little. I'm sure it will be just fine, Sayori. You're a good writer after all. She seemed pleased with my support as she began to read her poem. The fresh smell of cherry blossoms, dangling fresh in the air. Something not yet felt, or ever seen before. I love it here with the cheerful cherries. They wave softly in the wind. And answer your question, yeah. Yeah, mine is. That was wonderful, Sayori. It's so nice to hear you put in so much effort. She smiled as she relaxed a little bit. I could tell she had been nervous about it from the get-go.
Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking about, I'm thinking, next time I, decide to get a phone, that I'm gonna go, with something that isn't Apple. I just need to put all of my, pictures and stuff somewhere so I still have them, you know? Yep, I've seen videos that talk about that, and yeah, it's just really messed up. That's kind of why I want to switch to something else. But yeah, like I said, the only thing I really care about preserving from my Apple phone is my photo album and stuff. Everything else I don't really care about. Cause I, yeah, cause I barely have yeah, cause I barely have time to play games on my phone anymore. So I, just don't have as much interest in playing mobile games as I used to. So like the only thing I'd really have on my phone are games that are like time killers. Something I can play for a few minutes to, you know, pass the time while I'm waiting for something, Just I have so much better shit to use for games nowadays. It's just like why would I even need my phone for that? Just I'm kind of past that point. Society is buy new this, buy new that. Like, no. If my 1998 Chevy can drive forward, it stays. Yes, I like holding on to stuff. Like, I've never been one of those people who goes out and buys, the new phone every year. Because it's like, what the fuck is the point? Like, cool, it's the same thing, but ever so slightly either bigger or better. It's like, the fuck? Especially with how price gouged they are, it's like, why would you spend that much every year on a new phone? I just don't understand people like that. It makes no sense. The point is better camera. Who the fuck cares? Honestly, I want to just get a dedicated, like, camcorder or something. Like a dedicated camera for taking pictures. And only use my phone in a pinch, for pictures and stuff. I looked at her strangely. You really think so? She nodded intensely. It was super duper awesome. I raised an eyebrow. I really didn't think it was my best. Don't discredit yourself, though. Never buy a Fiat product? Yeah. Ugh. That's hilarious. Also, new spyware. Yeah, just... When I feel like I need a new phone again, I will definitely be looking at something other than Apple, I think. Because at this point, I think I'm honestly done with Apple phones. Because yeah, just as soon as they got to the point where they got rid of the headphone jack, I'm just like, okay, nope, no, so much nope. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, you don't just get rid of that. You know how much headphone jack stuff we still use? I thought it was a really dumb move on Apple's part. And, you know, then they went a step further and got rid of the fucking home button. It's like, oh cool, I guess we don't need buttons anymore. Yeah, just what Apple's done to their phones over the last few years have just been really dumb to me. Just stupid decision after stupid decision. And I'm getting to a point where I'm just like, okay, the only thing I like that they've done is added wireless charging. But everything else that they're doing, no. No, just no. Oh, I guess we don't need voice control either. Well, in fairness, I don't use voice control, so nothing is lost if they get rid of voice control for me.
Thank you, Monica, but... I shook my head as she looked at me confused. I'm being serious. Your poem was just as good as mine. If not better. She pouted a bit, but eventually relented to my reassurance. Well, thank you, Monica. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed with, That's something I noticed with the iPhone and the iPad. Just how the iPhone always seemed to be getting bigger and the iPad just seemed to keep getting smaller. Like, eventually we're gonna reach a point where they're the same size. And then you could do that meme where, like, somebody's handing it a picture of, like, that iPad and that iPhone to corporate, and it's like, corporate needs you to find the difference between these two pictures. And the lady's just like, there is no difference. I feel like eventually we're going to get to that point with iPhones and iPads, and I will just laugh. That's the other thing with phones. I don't like how big phones are getting nowadays. Like, do we really need a phone to be this big? It's like, how do you even fit that in your pocket? Doesn't that weigh, you know, your pants down with how heavy that probably is? And hi, Eric. You came in on a phone discussion. That's hilarious. The iPad is getting to a point where it looks like an iMac. I could see that. I wouldn't even want to think about using a, Yeah, you do that, Eric. You take care of yourself. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. But yeah, I don't even want to think about using a Mac computer. I guess it's just because I've grown up with Windows and as much as people have their problems with Windows, you know, I don't mind it. Oh, damn! You're gonna have to. Well, Eric, since I have the day off tomorrow, since you're here, I might as well tell you, I'm gonna be streaming more in the afternoon or evening around my time tomorrow, because me and Disabled are gonna be doing some Blue Skies tomorrow. Yes. Yeah, it's 1:02 a.m. where I'm at. I don't know what time zone you're in, but yeah, I'm hoping to. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming a little more in the afternoon or the evening for my time. We chatted for a little while before I glanced at the time on the clock. Oh, it's almost time for dinner, isn't it? Sorry to stop our conversation, but I gestured to the clock in the room, Sarah looking back at it and jumping a little in shock. Whoa, it's that late already? I guess it's time for more of Natsuki's famous cooking. I laughed a little at that before I stood up, preparing to address the others. Alright, Natsuki time. Okay, everyone. Monica spoke up as we finished sharing poems with one another, my head snapping to look at her. Yep. You're not obligated to show up, but, yeah, just thought I'd fill you in. We're doing some Blue Skies tomorrow. I know people have been asking for it, so I decided to ask, Disabled about it while I was on my break today. Already? I looked down at my poem again before folding it up and stuffing it into my pocket, turning my attention towards Monica once again. This is all the time we have for today. We're almost out of time, which is a shame in all honesty. She smiled brightly from the front of the room, her eyes gazing over us. Was that enjoyable? She looked concerned as she asked, Siri beaming back as she stood up. That was a really great suggestion, Yuri. And you led us amazingly, Monica. Oh, holographic meatloaf? My favorite. Yee hope. Yee hope. Yee hope. I fucking love that scene. Yep. One nice thing I like about my laptop, Bradley, is that Asus understands that, and they have power limiting options for your computer. Basically, I can basically limit my battery to only charge to 60%, and it will just stay there. So I realized, since I have it plugged in all the time, I shouldn't have it be at full all the time. So yeah, I really like the power limiting option that Asus has for that. I looked over at Monica and shrugged. Yeah, it was pretty alright. Yuri nodded in agreement as she settled into her chair in a more relaxed manner. Yeah, but if I had to recommend a brand, I'd go with Asus. It was a recommendation I got from a colleague of mine, and I'm glad I took it, because this Asus gaming laptop I've had is really amazing. Although most people probably wouldn't want to spend about $1,200 on a laptop. For me, it's been quite the worthwhile investment, I must say.
Thank you for indulging my idea, and for pursuing it as much as you did. I smile over at Yuri. She responded in kind. So can we do this again tomorrow? Yuri said it excitedly, as Monica immediately responded with an enthusiastic nod. Of course! This is something we all enjoyed, isn't it?
You need them frames to get the best experience in DDLC. Honestly, since this isn't a game installed on Steam, I actually can't see the frame rate on this. But yeah, the frame rate for all of my other games that I have on here is just amazing on this laptop. like no joke, this thing actually does hit some pretty good frame rates for all my old games. PC towers versus laptops. Be like, at least it's portable as their lap is on fire. I usually have mine sitting on something while I'm using it. Rarely do I actually have my laptop in my lap while I'm playing it. You know, like right now, my laptop is sitting, you know, on the corner of my bed, and I'm sitting in a chair right now, so. Because, yeah, when I'm playing, you know, a more action-oriented kind of game, it can get pretty hot, yeah. I rolled my eyes as I stood up and stretched out my back. But yeah, to give you an idea of the kind of frame rates, yeah, dude. That's probably why I get so heated both physically and mentally when I'm doing long grind sessions on other games for something. Because my laptop, yeah, it gets hot. I find my laptop usually doesn't get, well, no, who am I kidding? I just felt the underside of my laptop because I usually have it in silent mode, so the fans aren't blasting so loud. But yeah, it's pretty damn hot. Yeah, dude, with Cyberpunk, back when that was coming out, like, I had heard all the hype around it, and I'm like, I wanted it to be good, but like I wasn't holding my breath or anything that it was going to be. Just like I was hoping it was good for the people who were excited for it. It was gonna be one of those games where if it was good, I'd pick it up once it went on a good enough sale. And then I just sat back and laughed as it came out in just the absolute shit show that it was. I just sat there and laughed because I was like, oh my god. Like, I wasn't expecting it to be perfect or anything, but oh man, I was not ready for what it ended up being. Just, dear God. I honestly felt so bad for all the people who were going to be playing it day one. Just sweet Jesus. Cyberpunk was a shit show of the highest order when that came out. My PS4 got that way with certain games where the fan would just start blasting and it sounded like a jet engine taking off. Just, yeah, it's kind of nuts. Oh crap, did I seriously just say that out loud? What did you say? Oh, Natsuki's acting all confident. Haha. I mean, Monica laughed, which caused the scolding look on Yuri's face to contort into a small smile. It's alright, Natsuki. Go prove your worth, Miss Chef. I felt my face burn up as I crossed my arms in response. Yuri's smile was only growing as my annoyance followed. I let out a sigh as they laughed about my embarrassment. Yes, exactly, Dawn. What could possibly go wrong? If PS4 sounds like a jet engine and the room heats up. Oh my god. Entering the kitchen, I took a deep breath, letting myself become familiar with Sayori's kitchen again. Alright, let's whip up something memorable. I opened up the pantry first, gathering up spices and a box of spaghetti. Let's see how prepared they are for this one. Hey, fun fact, I had spaghetti for dinner tonight when I got home from work. What a coincidence. Dude, I'm so ready for fall underskins. I don't know what summer's been like for you guys this year, but over where I live in Minnesota, it has been one of the driest, hottest, most humid summers we have ever had that I can recall. Just, oh my god. We barely had any rain. So many days it was just like 90 degrees or above and humid. And just, my god, I wanted to just die every time I got into my sauna of a car for work. Just, oh, it was awful. I am ready for fall, dude. I have never been more ready. Scribble Girl, welcome to the stream. How you doing? I don't think I've seen you around here before, so welcome. That is so weird, Bradley. Oh, have you? Oh, pardon me. Have you been here before? I must just not remember you. I apologize. How are you doing tonight? Or it could be day for you. I really don't know. But, yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing okay. I pulled out the pot and let it fill with water while I rushed over to the fridge, easily digging into it with ease and pulling out a few uncut tomatoes. I nodded to myself as I went back over to the pot, turning off the water and attempting to pull it out of the sink, only to realize that I might end up spilling it all over the place if I lifted it without any help. Do you need help? Hey 2.72A, how's it going? I felt my body freeze up once again, every fiber of my body. You know, you have a good point, Bradley. And that's good. Glad to hear you're doing well.
Every time she says anything out of the blue, I swear! Although I guess it was good timing on her part. I turned around and looked at Yuri. She was watching me from nearby the fridge. Her hands wrapped around what appeared to be a fresh fruit. Yeah, I need help. She put down what was apparently an apple before she gracefully walked over next to me and pulled the pot out of the sink before placing it on top of the stove. Don't tell the others, got it? She looked at me and smiled in response. Would you like any more help with this, Natsuki? I opened my mouth to say no immediately, but I felt my throat clench up as I reconsidered it. Yes. Yes, I would like more help, please. She seemed a bit surprised at my answer. I guess we're both getting used to being so nice. Then I'll stay here and help you. She walked over her and looked at everything out on the counter, a clear look of confusion crossing her eyes. How do you, what are we making? I walked over and smirked as I turned on the flame below the pot. Yuri jumped back a little at how sudden the fire appeared. Just watch and learn, Yuri. This is the kind of stuff that survivalists learn how to do. She laughed again as she stood back, watching me throw in a few of the different spices into the water initially, then letting it boil out into an even spread. Hey, Yuri.
The more you know. Good nugget of knowledge, Bradley.
Yes, Natsuki? I smirked as the joke bubbled out of me. Are you straight? The look on her face jumped straight into pure and utter shock at my blunt humor.
Natsuki is just Bear Grylls on Discovery Channel. Oh my god. Now I want to see Now I want to see one of the shows he does on Discovery Channel, except it's Natsuki. God damn it. Or some kind of parody of one of Bear Grylls' shows with Natsuki, where she's supposedly showing people how to survive. Oh my god.
Why would you ask something like that so suddenly? I smirked as I turned towards her and took a step closer. I couldn't help but be coy about the whole thing. Because spaghetti's straight. I put a finger on her chest, pressing gently as I leaned up towards her. Until it gets wet. You really just went there, Natsuki. You really just went there.
Dude, Bradley. I just thought of something even better than Bear Grylls for Natsuki. Fucking Gordon Ramsay. Natsuki is fucking Gordon Ramsay. Oh my god. I could totally see Natsuki doing some Gordon Ramsay style rants. Holy shit, I would pay good money to see that. That sounds fucking amazing. Am I right? I am sold. If somebody makes... I would pay somebody good money to make that. That sounds amazing.
Until it gets wet. Her nervousness faded away as she smiled, letting out a louder than normal laugh. She took a step away from me as she tried to keep herself calm. A Gordon Ramsay mod in DDLC. Hold on. Let me check the mod list. I think if you search that on YouTube, I think somebody might have made one like that. No, okay. God damn it, Baka! It's still raw, you muppet! It's still raw! It's raw, you muppet! Master of jokes, Natsuki, at your service. I thought it to myself as she snorted in the middle of her laugh, causing me to laugh a little bit as well. Okay, Natsuki, seriously. I nodded as I turned my attention to the wet pasta, getting it over to the sink and pouring it into a colander. I put the pot back on the stove and mixed together the last of the spices and the tomato sauce into the now empty pot. Yuri was still trying to calm down over my joke. Well, in fairness, I am too, Natsuki. Just, holy shit, that was actually really well done. Gordon Ramsay rolls up and judges every club member. He focuses all attention on Sayori and just yells at her with no mercy. Instead of Hell's Kitchen, it's MC's Kitchen. Oh god. If I knew you were such a comedian, I would have approached you sooner. I looked up at her and winked as I picked up the now waterless noodles and put them back into the pot. If you can carry this out to the kitchen, I can get the utensils and everything else. She nodded as she picked up the pot, stopping and looking at me as I went over to the fridge, pulling out some of the grated cheese Sayori had. Natsuki? I looked over at her and felt the chill go up my spine again. Her eyes were closed and a little as she looked at me, my face getting red from her intense stare. Thanks for making today wonderful, in spite of what happened earlier with Ben. I couldn't help but smile. It's no problem. Plus, we have reading to do after dinner, right? I'm looking forward to that. She nodded as she turned and walked over to the table, my pride swelling up. Today was stacking up to be pretty good, and dinner will be a great way to finish it off. I sat down at the dinner table after I placed down the pot, allowing myself to relax as Natsuki came over and set out the utensils at each girl's spot. A great line would be, Sayori, you fucking donkey. I don't want the fire department turning up because you put fucking water on an oil fire. Oh my god, yes. Natsuki then set down a decently sized bowl of the cheese she had gotten out. Her grin was wide as the other two joined us from the living room. Sayori's eyes in particular were widening as she stared at the large pot. Yes, there's starry-eyed Sayori again. Welcome to the stream, foreigner. I don't think I've seen you around here before, but hope you enjoy your time here. How? Sayori kept stuttering as Monica smiled at the whole feast. Thank you for putting this together for us, Natsuki. She said it with a clear cheer to her tone as she helped Sayori sit down during what could basically be summed up as a panic attack over food. Sayori must really love food. Yes, and anything food related. I felt a small smile come across my face as the bowls were shifted around between us, spaghetti being served in large helpings as we discussed over the day's events. Yes, more starry-eyed Sayori. So, this morning was okay? I wasn't sure if it would be. What are you, an idiot sandwich chef? What are you, an idiot sandwich chef? I can't hear you. She seemed to grimace a little as she watched Zeri think for a moment. Did you not think it would be all good? Yeah, it was alright, I guess. Although, I'd say walking with him was... Zeri's smile fades away as her brow furrows a little in thought. I don't know, sad? Lonely? I'm not really sure. She seemed to be deep in thought about it as Natsuki piped up to help her out. You mean it was just super boring and bland? Zeri looked up and nodded, her expression relaxing and body language mellowing. Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. I smiled to myself again as I got a hold of the cheese and poured some of it onto my meal before placing it back on the table. I couldn't help but smile at my completed bowl. I helped make this with Natsuki. I twirled a little bit of it onto my fork before lifting it up and placing it into my mouth.
Yeah, I think that's the one I've seen, because I meant to, I think I've seen that pop up in my recommended before. I think I know the one you're talking about, yeah.
Huh?
Yep, they're eating at Sayori's house.
How does she keep making these amazing meals? I felt my inner self take over for a moment as I dug in. The others seemed to be in agreement, all of us finding a rhythm of silence as we savored the taste of Natsuki's impressive cooking. Natsuki! So good!
Actually, Bradley, you nailed it on the head pretty much exactly. That is exactly what they do.
Natsuki smirks, pleased with the fruits of her labor. Thank you! Finally, someone who appreciates my efforts with something around here. I looked over at her, concerned. Does she think I lied about her poem? I did actually think it was pretty good. I looked back down at my bowl and realized I had pretty much scarfed down the entire thing. I smiled to myself happily as I got a second helping of her delicious meal. Well, you do a lot for us, Natsuki, outside of just cooking. I mean, you helped Yuri out. I looked up in surprise at Monika, who was smiling at the two of us. Wait! I stuttered out as Natsuki looked at me. I was just spending some time with her is all. Natsuki simply nodded in agreement as Monika chuckled. Sure.
You smug son bitch. That looks just like her fucking smug face in Maz. You smug son bitch.
Reading each other's books, helping each other cook. That sounds like a friendship in the making. The prospect of an actual friendship hit me like a cement truck. Is she really my friend now? I mean, she has to be at this point, considering everything we've done together. See? I think it's good that we are able to connect like this. I mean, it's important for us to click like this, right? Everyone at the table nodded as Monika put another forkful of her dinner into her mouth, her face going back to that blissful enjoyment. I also have heard that food fights are a good way to bond between friends.
Oh, is that what we're doing now?
Zura's head perked up from her meal. All of us looked at her strangely before she started to laugh. I'm just kidding, jeez. That's such a childish idea anyways. I couldn't help but laugh a little bit. Yes, quite immature and amateur. So, Monica, tomorrow is just more of the same, correct? Monica finished a bite of food before responding. In general, it mostly is. More poem sharing, some different situations between us over the duration of the day, but yes, pretty much the same. At least I have this food to look forward to when we're finished. Ha! Yeah, there you go. She smirked to herself as her self-compliment sunk in. I remember once, I think in elementary school, we made like catapults or something to launch pieces of corn as far as we could across the gym. It was great. Still stroking that ego, eh, Natsuki? Yeah! It's so good! Zura proclaimed it as she got up and looked into the pot, a sad expression crossing her face when she saw the interior of it. There's no more left. Monica frowned for a moment before offering her bowl to the pouting Sayori.
Fucking yes, dude. I love doing that at restaurants. That is amazing.
You can have what's left of mine if you want it. I can't eat any more tonight.
Yes, more starry-eyed Sayori. I love it.
Sayori's face lit up as she took the bowl and practically began to absorb it through her mouth.
Yes. Because when it comes to Sayori and food, she's like Kirby. She doesn't eat food, she inhales it. Just...
Sheesh, Sayori, slow down or you'll choke. Sayori has gone unresponsive as she shoved food into her mouth voraciously. We might be here for a bit.
I'm sorry. Was that sound cursed?
Monica looked over at us and smiled apologetically. You two can go, though. Star and I can clean up. It's only fair. Natsuki looked like she wanted to protest, but she hung her head and stood up.
Kirby is Sayori, lore-wise. Oh god.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you. I can see it happening, Bradley.
I stood up and readjusted my sweater before turning to follow Natsuki. Yuri! I paused and turned around. Yes, Monica? She was staring at me seriously, before glancing over at the eating Sayori. Never mind, I'm just... nothing. She was watching Sayori now curiously. Is she... I watched Monica for a few moments before shrugging it off and leaving the room. Sayori? Did she really? Hey, Yuri! My thought was interrupted by the small voice of Natsuki calling me over to the couch. I made my way over and sat down next to her as she scooted over closer to me. So I wanted to finish up that chapter from earlier with you if that's alright. I looked at her surprised as she opened up the portrait of Markov, right back to where she left off. Really? Did you really enjoy it that much? She looked at me and smiled knowingly. Maybe not as much as you think, but you know, I gotta keep a promise so you'll read manga with me tomorrow. I grimaced slightly at the prospect, but I did agree to it earlier today. So, let's read. I shrugged off my negative thoughts and settled in with Natsuki, the two of us preparing to read together just like we had earlier in the day. One last thing though, Natsuki. She looked up at me as I stopped the page from turning. Who is the Fluffy King to you? You didn't seem to have any male lovers from what I recall. Natsuki's face flushed red as she looked away from me. I think you're looking into it too much, is what it means. Most guys would never pass as someone I'd love. I laughed a little as I turned my attention back to the book, content with her response.
Alright, Monica's turn.
I watched Sayori finish eating her third helping of dinner as my eyes were slowly beginning to droop from exhaustion.
Poor Monty's had a lot to do today. Time for bed.
Before I could pass out, however, I shook myself awake as Sayori stood up and stretched. That was a great meal.
Yes, you're probably gonna be, I hope you didn't overstuff yourself, Sayori.
I smiled at her enthusiasm as I also stood up. Now that you're finally done, are you ready to clean up this mess? She looked at me confused before she looked at the table, her expression morphing from a confused stare to a pout. Can you do this for me, please? I looked at her and let myself frown a little. Come on, Sayori. Please don't make me clean this up all by myself. She sighed as she begrudgingly agreed to help, and even though she seemed uninterested at first, she's going way faster than usual, because she wants to get it over with. I pretty much only had to move 1 or 2 dirty bowls to the sink before Sayori had finished all of the cleaning and washing of dishes. Sayori didn't respond until she had finished with the last bowl. For supposedly being lazy, you work real fast when you want to.
Oh, dude, that's the worst. I've had that happen to me before, too. Yep, I had that happen with me from a meal I brought home from a restaurant once. Just, you know, I was out doing some shopping and stuff on my off day. Went out to a fast food place for a burger because I was hungry and I wanted something. And then, later that night, it turned out we were having homemade burgers and brats, and I was just like, fuck. That's impressive.
Gosh. She looked over at me with a tired expression. That was fun. She stood up straight with a smile as she grabbed my hand again, my face turning red out of automatic response. Sayori, you need to... She was already dragging me through her own house, like she had done multiple times at school. Why are you... Yuri and Natsuki both looked up at us as we passed by. All I could do was shrug as Sayori continued to drag me up the stairs to her room. Sayori, what's going on? You're being really upfront about this. Sayori ignored my comments, instead dragging me into her room and closing the door before looking at me and hugging me tightly. Sayori, are you okay? Seriously? No response. She let go, and that's when I saw it. Sayori? She was crying profusely, her body shaking as she started to fall over. Sayori! I nearly screamed as I managed to catch her, her body trembling as she clutched onto my arms tightly. I led her over to her bed and sat her down, hugging her as she sobbed. Funny how the mod has spelled it right in this instance, but not others. I'm... Her words came out in broken chunks, nearly incomprehensible. I guess it's my turn now to be the caretaker, huh? I rubbed her back as she started to calm down, my head resting on top of hers, before she pulled away and locked eyes with me. I'm sorry. I don't know. I put a hand on her shoulder and shook my head. This is about earlier, isn't it? When Natsuki found you? She broke eye contact with me, looking down. I thought so. What happened earlier? She looked up at me, and it seemed she wanted to talk, but instead she looked away. Please. Sayori! I moved my hand down to hers and gently held it. She looked down at that connection between us and then looked back up at me. Please tell me. I'm your friend. Your best friend. I care about you, and I don't want to see you hurt like this. She remained silent for a few moments before letting out a quiet sigh. I really don't know how to explain this, but he isn't real, right? I shook my head, lost as to where this was leading. Okay. She squeezed my hand as she formulated her next thought. But you are, right? And so are Yuri and Natsuki? I nodded as she looked down at our hands again. Then he doesn't matter, right? And nothing he does matters either, right? I nodded again as she looked away from me, clearly in thought. And why do I feel so bad? I feel so betrayed. She said it as she looked at me with confusion. You feel betrayed and used by someone you used to love. I get it. I said it quietly as she looked at me, a bit of realization coming across her. You were still hoping before today, weren't you, that this was all a sick nightmare, or that this was just a funny joke? But it isn't anymore. It isn't. It's real. She looked at me and seemed stunned for a moment, and then a fresh rush of tears streamed down her face, and she tackled me onto the bed with how forceful her hug was. Sayori! She sobbed loudly as she clutched my shirt. Monica! Why? Why? Why did he do this to us? I held her as she bawled, letting her calm down again as I adjusted us both to be lying on the bed. After what seemed to be an eternity, I realized that the once crying Sayori had fallen asleep, tightly attached to me. I sighed as I reached over and turned the light off, making sure my phone was on the charger for the alarm before snuggling in. I carefully pulled the blankets over Sayori and I, whilst not letting her wake up. I always imagined myself doing something like this with a lover, not a friend, you know. I say this to nobody in particular, as I held her, looking down at her sleeping face and feeling that redness on my face flare up again. A lover. I realized I might never find that now, without him, that was. I continued to stare as I pulled her closer and let my mind go off. A lover. I rubbed Sayori's back again, A lover?
Yuri's perspective.
A lover? Natsuki asked quietly as I stirred my morning tea with a small spoonful of sugar. Yes, I went to wake them up and I saw them cuddling like they were yesterday. I have a feeling they're hiding something from us. Natsuki grinned widely as she scooted into the seat next to me, sliding over a plate of buttered toast and leftover bacon from yesterday. Or maybe they're not sure of it themselves yet. I mean, this kind of thing does tend to happen quite often. She looked down at her own plate eagerly before tearing into a piece of her toast. True, maybe they're good friends. My words trailed off as I remembered yesterday, considering how we found Sayori. Natsuki tore me out of my own thoughts. I don't know about that, but yeah, they're totally getting all snuggly with each other. I smiled a little as I picked up a piece of bacon, taking a moment to indulge into the wonderful aroma of the delectable strip before biting into it. Just as good as yesterday. So, since they're still getting out of their love nest, I wanted to ask you about about that book and stuff. I looked over at Natsuki, surprised. She seemed to be thinking hard. Yes? Did something confuse you? She looked at me and acted a bit nervous as she formulated her sentence. Do you see yourself as the main character or like them? Does it seem all that serious to her? I didn't think it was. Well, yes, I do see myself in her, and I'm sure you see the similarities. Natsuki nodded before she swallowed her mouthful of toast. Yeah. But there's a few things, too, that honestly, I don't know, don't seem like you? I looked at her strangely as she stared at her toast with an inquisitive glare.
Sometimes I lament having the interface where it is, because I don't realize my mouse is hovering over it. Sometimes. Ugh.
Such as? I said it quietly as I stopped eating entirely. I mean, I'm not sure everything about her is like me. Well, for starters, she seems to have a lot more self-doubt than you do. I mean, you nearly broke that jerk's nose yesterday. I felt a slight bit of relief tingle through my spine, the tension I was feeling dissipating. Oh, really? You think I would attack someone? She smirked as she looked at me. Yuri, I don't think you have a cap on what you would do to someone if they got you angry. Like the saying goes, the quiet ones are always the most dangerous, right? I smiled and let out a quiet laugh as I turned my attention back to my bacon. What? Am I wrong? I'm just pointing out the obvious. I smiled brightly as she looked at me, her smile obvious in comparison. No, you aren't really wrong. But I don't want to inflict violence on anyone. Far from it, really. Natsuki nodded. Sure you wouldn't. She suddenly stole the piece of bacon from my hand and put it in her mouth, still smiling as I reeled back. Natsuki! Why did you do that? I glared at her as she offered her piece. I was thinking carefully about my next move before leaning forward and biting the end of it. Yuri? She looked at me a bit shocked as I chewed on it slowly. What? I'm just getting my due pay.
You go, Yuri. You go.
I looked at it curiously as I leaned forward and bit into it again, Natsuki looking at me inquisitively as I did so. This feels... This kind of reminds me of, like the pot of, like, I was gonna oh, forget it. There's gonna be something to do with Pockies, but I can't remember what it is now. She followed suit as she bit further down, leaving only one small piece left. This piece is for you. She said it quietly as she held it closer to me. I opened my mouth and gently took it from her, chewing it slowly as the two of us stared at each other. Natsuki finally looked back at her plate. Natsuki. I said it quietly as I started to reach over to... Good morning, you two! I pulled my hand back as I looked over at the now present Sayori. Natsuki's just like, you didn't see shit, got it? Monica standing behind her with a tired expression on her face. Oh, good morning! I said it happily as I turned back into my chair normally. Morning! Sarah said happily as she made her way into the kitchen behind us, digging into her fridge. Morning. Monica said it mumbling as she walked behind us. The clank of glass cups came up as Monica prepared her coffee.
Yes. Never forget Monica's morning coffee.
Did you two sleep well? Natsuki asked it quietly, in an oddly smooth voice. Yes, we did, Natsuki. Thanks for asking. I looked at her strangely as I chewed on my toast. You're being awfully nice today. You two comfortable sleeping up there with just the one bed? Siri nodded with a soft smile on her face as she came around and sat down across from us, Monica joining us soon after as she sipped from her cup.
And to answer your question, we are doing Sayori route for Blue Skies.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's pretty warm too. What with all of those plushies and stuff. Sayori nodded as Monica looked up questioningly. She then looked over at me with a rather curious expression. Especially my big cow plushie. Sayori smiled nervously as Natsuki grinned widely, Monica's eyes widening as she started to realize what was happening. So, what else are you cuddling, huh? Maybe you're cuddling This coffee is fantastic, Natsuki. I don't know how you brew such a good cup.
Saved by the bell.
Natsuki was cut off by a fast-talking Monica. Sarah looked a bit confused as she shrugged and went back to eating. Did you happen to get anything else for breakfast? Natsuki smiled widely. There's cereal in the pantry and milk if that's alright. Plus there's more fruit in the fridge. I'm sure those two would cuddle up together nicely. Monica smiled with a bit of an irritated look in her eyes before she got up and went over to the fridge and pantry. I leaned over and whispered softly to Natsuki. Did you really have to do that to her? Natsuki nodded in response as I sat up straight, Monica soon coming back and joining us with a flustered look across her face. Anyways, we can take things a bit slower this morning, since the game doesn't even know it's alive until the club meeting. We all nodded in accordance as she sipped away generously, her eyes slowly becoming more aware. Awake. Aware. Oh, I thought it said awake for some reason. And you're all dressed already, too. Sheesh, excited for today?
Yep. The plan is to do all 3 routes for Blue Skies eventually, but one thing at a time, you know? It's gonna take us long enough just to get to the end of Blue Skies here.
Monica smiled as she picked up a strawberry, examining it as she bit into it and savored its taste. Of course we're excited. Even though he's around, it's still really fun to hang out with everyone. Monica seemingly flinched when Siri said hang, but she smiled as well. I'm really happy to hear that. Are you two enjoying them as well? I nodded, albeit with a bit of disgust while thinking about having to deal with him again. But at the very least, I did have everyone else around to help out when that comes up. Yeah, it's alright, I guess. Although I am looking forward to being able to do whatever I want here. It's much more fun without any big mean jerks trying to push me around or anything. I nodded to that one too. The others seemed to agree as well. In that case, we should probably capitalize on our free time at school, so I'm gonna go get ready before I waste any more time. I had just noticed she was still in her sleepwear, my eyebrows raising as I looked at them. Ah, finally! A good, delicious piece of bacon!
Yep, can never go wrong with bacon.
Siri said it cheerfully as she took a large bite, a calm and blissful smile on her face.
Pardon me.
You're welcome, Sayori. Natsuki said it quietly as Siri munched away. A quiet, well-rested mood settled over the table as Monica returned fully dressed. The 4 of us finished up our breakfast and headed out the door towards the school.
Alright, now we are Natsuki perspective.
And then Natsuki told me she absolutely adored the book. I mean, can you believe that? I felt my face flush with heat as I stared at Yuri. We had just reached the school, and Monica had opened the door for us as we made our way in. I did not say that. I stuttered in my response. I knew I had messed up at that point. I just said it was an interesting read is all. Siri laughed as I turned my head away. Even though I was embarrassed, I kept up with the others as we walked through the silent halls. Wait! These stairs are too far from the club. Why would she... Do you guys want to see something memorable? At least memorable to me. Yuri stayed quiet, but she seemed just as interested as I was. Yeah, huh? I'm sure you found some pretty awesome places with all of that time you had. Siri walked up the stairs in front of Monica, the president's face portraying her surprise at Siri's bluntness. Right, come on! She raised up ahead of Siri as Siri and I shared a small smile. We followed them up the stairs to the 2nd floor, only for Monica to open a door that read roof access. The roof? Yuri's face showed a bit of surprise as we made our way up behind the other 2, while Siri seemed extremely curious.
Not many mods show the actual stairwell leading up to the roof. It's a nice touch.
She's never come up here before, has she? I looked over at Yuri and noticed she had a similar look on her face. Seriously? It's just a dang roof. I couldn't help it. I felt my own curiosity spike as we made our way up to the top of the school building. Well, I know it isn't much, but I let my eyes adjust for a moment before taking in the view. I've never actually got to go on my school's roof, so I wouldn't know what it's like. Yep. You know, I never understood that either, Bradley. Like, where did that saying originate from? What? I walked over to the fence that had been placed around the top, looking out over the buildings. I realized that most of the town I thought I knew was just gone. Sarah said it as she clutched the metal link near me. I looked over at her as she looked down at what was supposed to be our sprawling town. So much is gone. It's just not even there. I looked back out at the missing parts and felt something drop in my stomach. This just wasn't right. I know. That's what caught me off guard before. Monica spoke up as she sat down, her back up against the fence as she closed her eyes. During the normal story, I would be practicing piano, but while I sang my reality, I was actually just up here, looking out over this mess of a townscape. She said it quietly as she faced out towards the mostly empty horizon. She seemed a bit lost for words in that moment. Well, I think even with what's missing, it's still beautiful. Yuri spoke up in a hushed whisper as she stared out into the emptiness. She had brought up her little coding box. A look of concentration was showing up on her face, her eyebrows furrowing as she thought over the situation at hand. I mean, we can make this our world, can't we?
This is more or less what I always thought of when I answered I would to the question in Moss, what if I came to your world? Because you actually have multiple different things you can say. Because you have a choice partway through that question. What are you excited about, Han? Should I showcase that? Do you guys want to see that? Cause yeah, that question, you know, what if I came to your world, was just a really fascinating one to think about for me. Let me know what you guys think.
She said it quietly as she looked at her box again. She didn't seem sure what to type as Monica looked up at her. We can do that later, okay? I know you want to fix it now, but if we make any drastic changes, he will notice, and we don't really want that. Yuri looked torn, but she put it away, her silence returning as we all looked out over the horizon once more. Eventually, I shook my head as I took a step back. Why should we even care, huh? It's not like it really matters. Plus, you said we can fix it later, so let's put this away. I felt my thoughts run as I spoke, clamping my mouth shut as I looked back at the door. Plus, I really want to go downstairs and read manga. So let's quit wasting time, alright? Monica smiled as she stood up and sighed. I agree. No reason to waste time up here.
Oh. When, Yuri brought up the idea, just, why don't we, Yeah, when Yuri said, I mean, we can make this our world, can't we? That was more or less, my line of thinking when, answering, the conversation topic in Moss, what if I came to your world? Cause, partway through that, partway through that, after you, ask her that, she's like, she just would, she just says, then, don't tell me you would give up your reality, the real world, just to come here, just to come to here, whatever this place is. And you're then presented with a few different options. I would, I wouldn't, or ...
It's really pretty up here. Saori said it quietly as she continued to look out. We all stood there watching her as she stepped back and looked at us.
Yes, it does. Straight up fact.
It's nice to be with everyone. She looked out of it. My thoughts went back to when I found her by the door, her front door out cold. She'd been clearly crying when I had found her, and the face she had now. She really is troubled about all of this, isn't she? Yuri walked over to her and hugged her, Saori's smile appearing as she hugged Yuri back, the two of them remaining silent for a few minutes before Yuri let go. It's pretty up here, isn't it? Maybe we can write poems up here tomorrow before the club meeting. Saori's eyes lit up as she looked at Yuri, her smile coming back full force in spite of her just seeming down. I'd like that a lot. What do you think, Monica? Monica smiled as she walked over and gazed out towards the town, before looking at the two of them. Yes, I'd like that too. How about you, Natsuki? The three of them all looked at me with those puppy dog eyes. My heart twinged as I sighed and looked out towards the town. Yeah, sure, whatever. Can we just go now? Yuri let out a quiet giggle as the others smiled brightly, the four of us heading down the stairs and towards the club room. Oh god, if you actually do that.
Oh, they will be so confused, dude. Like, who the fuck is this and why are you watching him? Is that supposed to be a D with an accent? No, wait, it's wearing a hat. It's wearing a fucking hat, dude.
I suppressed a quiet giggle as we made our way off of the roof. I didn't know Monica would appreciate a place like this. To see the world broken and distorted, and use it as a place for quiet reflection. She is quite the conundrum.
Yes. Yes, she is.
As we walked towards the club room, I continued to watch Monica. I was very curious about everything that happened before, but she seemed hesitant to tell us. A thought still nagged at me in the back of my mind, because I knew it might not be a good thing to know. But she still needs to tell us, or she'll never be able to let it go, will she? My thinking was interrupted by Natsuki snapping her fingers in front of me. I shook myself free of my conscious thoughts and looked at her. You ready to read my manga today, huh? She whispered to me softly as we got closer to the club room. I completely forgot about that.
Oh, man. Oh, God.
After we write our poems, okay, Natsuki? She frowned as she looked at me. Don't you take too long or else I'll force you to read it with me. She pouted a little as I smiled patiently in response. Look, don't worry, I won't break a promise that I have made with a friend. Trust me. Natsuki seemed to relax as I said that, her usual smile coming back. And I will always keep mine. She looked back at the others as we reached the clubroom door, the four of us entering and taking in the familiar scene. All right, everyone. We have a few hours before he shows up, so let's enjoy ourselves. Oh, and write your poems too. Don't forget about that. Monica said it cheerfully as she went up to her podium, while Sarah trailed close behind her and sat down from her at her usual desk.
That's hilarious. That's kind of like how I can connect my phone to my car via Bluetooth, and I can just play whatever I want over it, like YouTube videos or whatever music I have. I imagine he just looked at you like, what the fuck is this?
Hey, you want to sit next to each other again? Natsuki said it excitedly as she whispered to me once more. I looked at her and nodded. I mean, why not? She's good company. I followed her over to her desk and sat down next to her as she pulled out a piece of paper and began to write out a title for her poem. Does she already know what she wants to write? I gazed at her fast-moving pen as I pulled out my own piece of paper. I glanced down at the blank sheet as I began to scribble out a title. The Caged Ribbon. I stared at the title, thinking over the implication before erasing it and rewriting it.
Oh yeah, dude. I know whenever somebody is about to take my car somewhere, because if I'm watching a video, it will just randomly pause for no reason, and that's because it's syncing up with my car. You know, even though I'm all the way upstairs in my room on like the second floor of our house, and the driveway is a fair bit away from that, you know, a good distance from that. So yeah, like whenever my dad takes my car to pick up my brother from work if he works in the morning, like I know he's taking it. Cause just I'll be watching a YouTube video and then it just suddenly stops. And then when I try to play it again, nothing happens. Like there'll be no sound. And then I have to go into my phone's Bluetooth settings and, you know, put the sound back to my phone and not my car.
The Tied Ribbon. I smiled to myself as I began to write out my thoughts onto the paper.
Yep, borderline Bluetooth signal. Yep.
My gaze drifted to each of my friends as I continued to write. Friends? I stopped for a moment, my pen freezing in place before it continued, at a much slower pace. Friends are a good thing. They help me out. I felt my usual speed begin to return as I started to feel a new emotion come over me. My attention only diverted when Natsuki put her pen down and looked over at my poem. Whoa, you're writing a lot more today than yesterday. She said it as she was watching me write. I glanced over at her and paused. Yes, that's because today I have something more important to talk about in comparison to yesterday. Nice. Yeah, where I live, whenever I get on the freeway, most people are doing like most people where I live do like 80, between 70 and 80. I tend to be one of the people who will do like 80 to 85. Because yeah, just one nice thing about my car, I drive a I drive a Buick Encore, by the way. Sometimes you'll see BMWs and Range Rovers ride your ass into 105. Oh yeah, I've come across people like that. In fact, I actually had somebody forcibly merge into my lane. Like, they were plowing right towards me when there were people, like, right on my ass and right in front of me, where I had, like, nowhere else to go besides the shoulder. And yeah, dude, like, I just laid on my horn as I was forced over to the shoulder by that guy. Just fuck off. I so badly wish I got that guy's plates, because I wanted him off the road. Like, fuck off. Just first of all, you had no right to merge into my lane when there's no room for you. And two, if you're just gonna bob and weave through traffic like that, newsflash, you're not a fucking street racer. Get off the road. Oh, I bet, yeah. People are fucking nuts on the highway, man. People are fucking nuts. But yeah, the reason I like doing like 80 to 85 whenever I'm out driving on the highway is because one thing about my Buick Encore is this thing it does with the radio, or a feature it has with the radio. And it mostly applies. I find it kind of fun, although some people have said it's kind of stupid that it does that. But it does this really subtle thing where it'll get like if I'm playing music, it will get louder the faster I drive. And I'm kind of a metalhead, so I like my music loud. It might not be a good thing, but yeah, it kind of encourages me to go fast. It was a bit embarrassing, but that was okay. I knew Natsuki wouldn't actually judge me for my way of doing things. No, because, yeah, my car doesn't do that because it has to, like, I think you have to manually set up the sync between the car and the device. And, like, mine is only set up to recognize my phone, so yeah, I don't have that problem. You almost done? She said it quietly as she began to get up. I should be in a moment. I just want to make sure I did this right. I looked up at her as she gave me a passing smile, her destination set for the closet. Meanwhile, my attention was drifting back to my poem. I read over the lines before sighing. Glad that didn't take too long.
That is hilarious. That people are that desperate for free Wi-Fi. Like, holy shit. How desperate are you? That is just so funny to me.
I looked up at the clock, and much to my surprise, it had already been almost an hour since I had started. I guess it has been a while then. I smiled to myself as I slipped the poem into my bag. I looked over at Natsuki as she dragged her chair over and was now standing on it in the closet.
Oh, here we go with this.
Natsuki, what are you doing? I got up and went over to her, watching her as she reached up and pulled down a box.
Yeah. I cannot imagine going that slow just to leech free Wi-Fi. Like, I'm sorry, but I I just would not be able to have that mentality. Cause I'm like, no, I have shit to do, places to be. I don't have time to sit here and mooch free Wi-Fi. Fuck this. I'm getting in the fast lane.
Huh? Oh, hey. She seemed a bit nervous as she was standing there. Do you need help, Natsuki? I walked up next to her. She was holding the box close. No, I'm fine, Yuri. I just needed to get them down. Monica put them up here again.
Had to sneeze again.
I looked out of the closet. Monica and Sir were shooting us glances, a very obvious smile appearing on Monica's face. So you did do that on purpose. Well, here, let me help you, Natsuki. I reached up to grab the box from her, but she lifted it up quickly and I instead latched onto her sides. My face became overwhelmingly flushed. Natsuki, why did you... Natsuki had a similar look on her face as she looked at my hands. Why are you clutching me so tightly? I looked up at her as she tried to shake me off. Natsuki, wait, don't, you'll fall!
The tractors. I very rarely see those where I live, but yeah. There's one road where I come across them every so often. And yeah, whenever I see them, it's just like, really? Yeah, it's like, what are you doing? I've even seen a World War II tank on the back of a flatbed. You know, I can see that. I wonder where they were taking it, though. Natsu.
I opened up my eyes as the movement finally settled, only to realize I was getting an eyeful of her pink cat. Yuri! Natsuki screeched as she shot up and got away from me. She was leaning on the wall as she looked down at me, her face completely and utterly red. Were you staring up my skirt, you big pervert? She said it loudly as she looked away from me. She was glancing at me as she looked down at her box of manga, which I had kept attached to my chest as we fell. Not a single book had fallen out thanks to my efforts. Natsuki's once angry expression softened as she realized what I had done. You... She seemed unsure of what to say, but regret was clearly laced in her eyes now as the others finally made it over to us. Are you two okay? Sarah said it as she looked us over. She was poking and prodding each of us.
Oh yeah, dude. Two semis next to each other on the highway. That is the worst thing, Matt. That is the worst fate imaginable. Like, holy shit.
They seem fine to me, Sayori. Monica said it as she crouched down next to me. I hadn't yet moved, still reeling over the pink cats I had seen earlier. Oh, thank goodness. I thought one of you might have been injured in that fall. Sarah let out a huge sigh of relief as she shook her head. Ooh, I just got a great idea for my poem! She said it suddenly as she raced off. Monica stared at her with a raised eyebrow before she looked at the two of us. Glad you two finally came out of the closet. It's so sweet to see that happen.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't want to be a semi driver, because I have that mentality where just like it's like, no, I can overtake you. Get out of my way. But I'm hauling up. But then I'd realize I'm hauling a big ass load behind me, and I'm just like, fuck. Like, I just don't think I could be cut out for it. I'm not the kind of driver they'd be looking for, and it's just like, nope.
It took me a moment to digest what she just said. Fucking Monica. Natsuki said it defeated as her response went silent. She finally came over to me and knelt down. She took the box from me and placed it on our combined desk before reaching down to help me up. Why did you stare? She said it quietly as I got up with her help, my face flushing deeply. It was just shock. Plus, I thought they were cute. Natsuki just thought for a moment, seemingly unsure of what to say. Thanks, I guess. She turned back to her desk and reached into the box, pulling out the first volume to her manga series. She then placed it down before taking the box back to the closet. Natsuki made extra sure to put it low so another accident wouldn't occur. Although another moment with you sounds like a good tease. Ah ha ha ha! Very good reference, Maud. That was a good reference, Maud.
Fun fact, I actually have Another Moment with You installed. I played it on my own time a while back. Yeah, April of this year, in fact. In fact, you can actually see quite a bit of my mods folder here. The mods that I still have installed. So yeah, let me know if you guys want me to play that one sometime. Because I rather enjoyed Another Moment with You. I smiled to myself as she picked up her manga and motioned me to come sit with her. She thankfully decided to sit up against the wall. And after that tumble, not sitting up straight in a chair was a blessing. I slid down next to her, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. To answer your question, Bradley, the folder called Don't Play This Mod is because that's the name of the Reddit page I got it from. To destroy the mystery for you, it's the mod Amorphity. And Cold Ink is a short discontinued Natsuki mod. I've made a one-offs video showcasing it. It basically takes place after Act 4 with MC and Natsuki having to bring back everything and try to set things right. Yep, I wanted to play it sometime, because, somebody on a now-defunct mod server dared me to play it. When am I doing a tier list for the mods I've played? Yes, because it's a requirement for every streamer to do a tier list at some point, isn't it? I think that would be a tall order. God. I have no idea when I would be able to do something like that. Because I'd have to, be able to recall enough about, a big enough list of mods to be able to make a tier list, and then just... I would have to think about why I'm placing each one in the tier that I'm placing it in. Just... I would... I'm not saying I won't do it, but not anytime soon. I'll put it that way. Yes, 100 days, F- tier. Yeah, see, that would be the thing. New meta, when you gonna do a tier list? By yearly, I mean every 2 years. Yeah. Oh, boy. Man. So basically, when next March comes around, I should do a tier list of all the mods that I've played. And make a tier list of them. Let Monica help you on that tier list. Well, because I would want it to be, like, my thoughts about the mod, but That's a lot of mods I would have to retain information about. I think if I were gonna do a tier list of my favorite mods, I would want to narrow it down to like maybe like my top 20 or top 30. But that's a long ways off from now, because I definitely have mods that I would consider for that list, but I don't think it would be enough to make a tier list out of yet.
Parfait girls. This is the one you talk about all the time, isn't it? Natsuki nodded as she opened the first page, a small smile appearing on her face.
Yep, I think my rating would go triple S for like my absolute top favorite, then S rank, A, B, C, and then for the bottom two ranks, I would do I think yeah, like I agree, Don. But yeah, I would do like triple S tier for like my absolute top favorite mod of all time. Then S tier for like best mods I've played. A rank for mods that are like good but not what I would call perfect. B would be mods that, are mods that I see potential in that have flaws, but can still be considered good. And then C, it would be for all the mods where I just kind of played through them and I was kind of like, average. Didn't really evoke anything. And then D would just be for like all the mods that D would be like mods that just were either boring or were done rather poorly or no, I think D tier would be like the mods that D tier would be the mods that like I thought sounded cool on paper. Yeah, D would be like mods I thought sounded cool on paper or had a cool idea, but then were either just turned out to be really boring or were just done rather poorly. And then my absolute bottom tier would be F minus. And that would be reserved for mods like 100 Days, where I just absolutely lost my shit over that. Like, oh my god. And that would just be the lowest dishonor I could give any mod. Just F minus tier. Like, no. Just throw it out and start over. Yep, and honestly, for some of the mods, I'd probably have to rewatch, rewatch or watch someone else's playthrough of it just to jog my memory on it. Especially at the rate that I go through some of these mods. It's hard to... It's hard for every mod to be memorable in some way, That's why I think I would want to narrow down my list to like top 20 or top 30 or something out of every mod that I've played. You know, just I think it would be easier that way. And no, I have not played Our Castle Walls, but I think Ronald's doing a playthrough of it right now, and I've heard of it, but I've never played it. I cast my glance over my shoulder at my own bag for a quick moment, the same thought sticking there as I thought about my own book. Hey, are you even paying attention, Yuri? Come on, you promised! I looked back at her as I smiled apologetically, not meaning to make her angry. Sorry, I was just thinking about how interesting this experience will be, was all. Natsuki looked at me with a bit of concern before holding the manga out to me. I gently held the other side with my hand farthest from her. So, this is about a baker? I asked quietly as Natsuki shook her head. No, it's about... She looked at the page that I was now currently looking at. One of the girls was in an apron. Oh, I forgot, they did that. She smiled brightly. It's not, actually. It's about these 4 high school girls who are really good friends. They take care of each other, even when things get tough. I looked up at her as she explained this, my eyes narrowing. This sounds exactly like our situation. Is that so? So I'm guessing they all have to go through a hardship, such as one of them gets into trouble because of a boy? Natsuki looked at me and nodded. Actually, one of the big points is that they all fall in love with the same guy at an ice cream shop. It's actually really funny. Bang! Natsuki smiled cheerfully as I continued to look at her before shaking it off. Likely a coincidence, since we're already kind of in a manga ourselves. Anyway, we don't have a ton of time, so let's get started. I nodded as I felt my head scream for mercy, the two of us settling into reading about the 4 heroes of the story. I don't know why. But I'm glad they do. Admittedly, there were a few good jokes and one-liners slipped in. I love this part. She said that a lot while we read. I would have to look over at her just to catch a glimpse of her amused face. It was always a bit shocking to see it. Oh, this line! She seemed to get dead serious when we got near the end. The line, "He just wanted the pleasure of watching us suffer," came up. I looked at it oddly as she turned to the last page. Natsuki at this point looked up at the clock and back down at the manga before closing it. She placed it off to the side, having finished it with me. We still have about an hour. She looked over at me curiously. Do you want to just stay here until we need to move? I looked at her and smiled. Sure, it's much more comfy being able to slouch a little bit anyways. She nodded in agreement as she let her head rest on my shoulder. I looked down at her with surprise, but decided not to comment on it. Instead, I let my head rest on hers as we watched the clock. Thanks for this, Yuri. Or well, I guess let me watch the clock. Alright, Sayori time. Oh shoot! Monika said it loudly as she looked up at the clock. Yuri and Natsuki had both fallen asleep, and Monika was panicking. Yuri! Natsuki! She rushed over and shook them both awake.
10 more minutes, Dad. Natsuki said it sleepily as she turned back, burying her face into Yuri's shoulder. Monica? Yuri yawned sleepily as she gently pushed Natsuki off of her. The pink-haired girl shaking herself awake. Did you two stay up all night or something? Come on, he's almost here! She had rushed to the door but froze in place. Oh no, I'm too late! She backed away and looked around before dashing into the closet, the other two now making their way to their spots. Sheesh, it's not that big of a deal.
No, you failed to understand, Natsuki. Monika's not supposed to be here yet.
Natsuki said it as the door swung open, revealing the MC model making its way into the room. Monika was still hiding in the closet, barely visible to me. He looked around the room before deciding to take charge, stepping over into his view. Hi, Ben. I smiled at him as he looked back at me.
Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today.
Admittedly, I am in a better mood today than I was yesterday. It's because I'm just not used to seeing you here is all. I lied to him through my teeth. I was in a better mood because of Monika comforting me last night. It had nothing to do with him.
I see. It only takes the simple things to keep you happy, huh?
I looked at him oddly, trying to decipher exactly what that meant before pouting. Speaking of simple, I'll figure it out later. Would you like to come with me to the vending machine? I said it plainly, even though I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
No thanks.
I looked at him a bit stunned. Why not? I tried to sound surprised, even though I knew this was coming.
I have my reasons. Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori?
I felt a twinge of anger hit me. Does he not know how rude? Does he not know it's rude to look into a woman's purse like that? But why? He looked at me and smiled, my heart freezing up with a bit of fear.
No real reason, really. I just want to check it out.
I slowly went over to my desk and pulled out my coin purse. I opened it and looked inside. Just 2 coins? I made a mental note to get more change as I poured out the 2 coins onto the desk. I looked at him a bit embarrassed as his eyebrows narrowed.
I knew it. I can see right through you, Sayori.
I pushed my fingers together as I looked away from him. How did you even know? He started to go on a rant about how he had cleverly figured out my snack stealing scheme. Admittedly, it was kind of impressive.
You're always hungry, so that leaves only one option.
I looked at him and felt my senses take over again. I am not. Stop making me feel guilty. He smirked smugly as Yuri let out a quiet laugh. Did I do a good job?
Oh? Are you listening?
The character model turned and looked at Yuri, a smile on his face. No, I wasn't. Yuri put her face back into her book. She didn't seem interested in trying to convince him otherwise anyways. The two of them had a short conversation as I looked at my desk. Last night had been pretty rainy. It's not too bad anymore, is it? I looked back up at Monika, who was still hiding in the closet. She was looking at me with a worried expression. I smiled brightly at her, and she smiled back. The two of us made a great team. And I guess with Sayori, it's like there's a little devil inside all of us. I perked back up as Yuri said that, and I smiled deviously. I let out a bit of a shallow laugh before he looked at me again.
Don't let her fool you. She knows exactly what she's doing.
I pouted again. You wouldn't have come here if I hadn't tricked Natsuki into making the cupcakes in the first place. I said it a bit loudly, Natsuki overhearing me as she walked through the door. That was when I remembered the next part. I got hit right in the face with a large cookie. I nearly fell over. Kya, what was that? I looked down at my newest item in my inventory. A cookie? Is this a sign? I picked it up and unwrapped it from its plastic tomb, just to start stuffing it into its newest tomb. Oh man, I have been waiting all day just to see that reaction. Natsuki held up her own cookie and took a bite out of it, her face smug. When I went for my second bite, I felt a twinge of pain come through my mouth. Ow! I bit my tongue! I stuck it out and tried to look at it to make sure it wasn't bleeding. That's a lot of struggle for just a cookie. Natsuki set it off to the side as she kept eating away, my hunger starting to kick in when I noticed it was a chocolate cookie. Yep, and I can't help but notice Natsuki started eating hers early. Can I have a bite of that? I stood up and walked over to her, smiling widely. Seriously, Sayori? I just gave you a whole cookie for yourself. I frowned a little as I thought of a way to get a bite from her. It's okay if you want some of mine too, I guess. She tore off a piece and handed it to me, my eyes widening as I stuffed it in my mouth. Thank you. I could feel Yuri going into the back of my skull when I spoke with my mouth full. Oh, sorry. I apologized hastily as I went back to my desk, returning to my afternoon feast. Anyways, now then. Natsuki looked up at the podium and stopped eating. Wait, where's Monika? We all looked around, trying to act surprised as Monika's eyes widened. She didn't seem sure what to do. Where do you think she's run off to? Yuri said it quietly as she got up, moving herself in front of the closet, at least from his point of view. I don't know, she's pretty popular after all. I piped up as I munched away. Maybe she has a you-know-who. I didn't like saying that about her. It felt wrong.
Yep, that was one of the newer conversations they actually added to Moss. They added a chat option where you can say Sayori mentioned a boyfriend once, and then Monika will go on a bit of a conversation about that. It was actually one I was rather fascinated with.
That wouldn't surprise me. Yuri had shifted more, so giving Monika cover to move fast. Yeah, she's more desirable than all of us anyway. Natsuki was about to agree, but then she froze. Wait, what the heck does that mean?
Monika's vision.
Sorry, I'm super sorry. I burst into the room. Having just barely managed to get out of the door without him noticing, the group turning and looking at me.
There you are.
He looked at me sternly, his voice sounding a little more sinister than usual. I didn't mean to be late or anything. I hope nobody was worried. I said it, feeling embarrassed. I just nearly screwed up the entire plan because I wasn't paying attention. Sayori smiled at me. She seemed genuine. It looks like Monika chose the club over her boyfriend after all. Yuri and Natsuki both smiled when she said that, my face getting flushed. Boyfriend? What are you on about? I felt my lips pushed together as I glanced over at the MC. I remembered this particular line used to embarrass me to no end. Not anymore. Never mind that. What held you up, anyway? I looked over at him. My last period is study hall, so I kinda just lost track of time is all. It was the genuine truth, but not in the game sense. Well, that's alright, Monica. Sarah said it cheerfully as she turned back to her desk. Yes, it's alright, Monica. At least you're here. Yuri agreed as Natsuki looked at me quizzically. I would have thought you would have heard the bell at least. She puffed her cheeks as she went back to her desk, the situation slowly dying down. Anyways, did I miss anything? I said it as I looked at the others, a small smile crossing Yuri's face as she giggled to herself. Natsuki's puffed cheeks got more obvious.
No, not really.
The MC spoke up as I nodded. I walked past him up to my podium and sat down. Sarah looked at me reassuringly. However, the attention was being given to Yuri, whom the MC was approaching once again. What is with guys and always going after the quiet girls? Doesn't he know they don't usually want to be messed with? Yuri seemed to clench up a little as the two of them started to chat again. Her discomfort was obvious. Yuri seems even more angry than yesterday. Yuri whispered it to me, and I looked over at her and nodded. I have a feeling he's gonna want to spend Sunday with her, and that won't end well. Sarah suddenly seemed extremely concerned. I forgot about Sunday. I frowned as we watched the two talk. Yuri stood up awkwardly and moving her way towards the cupboards, MC model following her. I think she has as well. I said it quietly as I watched them, my mind racing as I pieced together the interaction about to occur. Sure, we can go now. Yuri said it with a pained smile on her face. I walked over towards them. Where are you two going? Yuri and the MC both looked at me. He spoke up with a stutter. Well, me and Yuri are about to go fill up the water pitcher. Don't you think that's kind of a one-person job? I said it innocently, Yuri looking at me apologetically. Can you please mind your own business for once, Monica? I could feel the force behind those words, even if they weren't said to be hurtful. Sorry. Yuri grimaced slightly as she looked at me, but smiled softly before turning to her frown and leaving with him. As the door closed, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Natsuki stood up and walked over to me, staring at me in the face as she put her hand on my arm. You okay, Monica? You seem taken aback by that. I've heard it before. It just still kinda hurts is all. Natsuki lets go and looked at me with a semi-sweet smile. It's alright. It looks like Yuri didn't mean to be so forceful. God damn it. Her smile faltered a bit. Still doesn't mean she's very happy to be alone with him right now. Natsuki crossed her arms. She looked genuinely concerned. I'm sure Yuri will be a-okay, Natsuki. She's as tough as you. Natsuki seemed to retract more as Yuri said that. I'm really not. Yuri hugged Natsuki, the smaller girl seeming confused as she hugged her back. Sayori, what are you doing? Sayori let go and smiled brightly. I know you're worried, Natsuki, but Yuri can do anything. Natsuki smiled and nodded in agreement. The three of us chatted for a minute before the quiet footsteps of Yuri returning sounded out towards the door. We returned back to our normal positions, Natsuki watching the door eagerly as Yuri walked back in with a water pitcher filled to the brim. She gave me an apologetic look again, my worries going away as she filled up her pot with the freshly retrieved water. Do you like oolong? Yuri was looking at him, but she said it a bit louder than normal. The rest of us perked up as she moved her tea set over the teacher's desk and got it set up, the water boiling soon after. The two of them strike up a quiet conversation, Zuri and I watching them. It seems she made us all tea, even though she didn't have to. I said it quietly as Zuri poured out 2 cups for herself and the MC, leaving behind the mostly filled tea kettle for us. She looked back at us and nodded towards the kettle as she and the MC went over to the wall, sitting down next to each other. Yeah, I could use a cup. Zuri stood up and made her way over quietly, Yuri keeping him distracted as they shared a book together. I looked over at Natsuki, who was trying her best not to stare, her attention being split between her notebook and the 2 on the wall. Here. Zuri offered me a cup. I took the tea and took a gentle sip, the flavor washing over my tongue as I relaxed. God damn it, I need to stop doing that. Zuri eventually made her way to the back end of the room as well to offer Natsuki a cup. Natsuki seemed grateful for that, thanking her with a smile as she came back around, her hands wrapped around a cup of her own. Do you really think this will end okay? Zuri said it softly. I looked over at the worried girl and smiled. I'm sure it'll be alright. Like you said, Yuri is tough. Zuri smiled worriedly as he put a piece of chocolate into Yuri's mouth, all 3 of us staring at the 2. You! Natsuki said it a bit too loudly as she clutched her desk. Yuri clearly looked uncomfortable as she sat there, my mind racing. Just a little longer, Yuri. Come on. I went over to my podium, Yuri eyeing me. I'm sorry he went for you. I couldn't say it, instead hoping the message was clear as I put my teacup off to the side, the MC getting ready to continue his chocolate conquest. Okay, everyone, I said it loudly as the tension in the room was reduced to nothingness. I don't remember if it, shows what, happens over the weekend scene, but it might. Any longer, and Natsuki. I looked over at the smaller girl. She looked pretty mad. Her face was bright red as she finally relaxed, and after a moment, she looked up at me with a thankful grin. It's time to share poems. I looked at the 2, Yuri looking relieved and the MC looking shocked from the sudden end to his escapade. If you 2 can clean up, I would appreciate it.
What's the premise of this mod? Monica unites the girls against MC being controlled by an asshole player.
Yuri nodded as she picked up her 2 cups and her now jilted friend got up.
Yeah, Bradley has a good explanation. But yeah, that's this mod in a nutshell. Monica unites girls against MC and asshole player.
He wiped off his pants and went to the middle of the room, in a very similar fashion to yesterday.
Alright. So who does he go for first, chat? Since he seems to be on the Yuri route, I think I kind of want to do Yuri first. I think we're gonna do Yuri first today.
He chose my name as he faced me and slowly made his way over. Even a rat could see he's interested in me. I frowned to myself before he sat down across from me, my small smile struggling to come up. Hello, Ben. Let's see what you have for me today. I reached down and held up the second of his disgusting poems for me.
Okay, yeah, so... You know how I put in the title, the player... Man, you know how I put in the title, this player is an ass? This is why. This is why I said that. Because if you were expecting, the MC's poems to just be 20 words, no, you're dead wrong. You are dead fucking wrong. The Naifu Waifu, one's imagination, so sincere, so secretive, hiding behind the eyes of a raccoon, darkened circles telling all, uncontrollable feelings, a whirlwind of crimson entropy, the bread crumbling, the knife slicing roughly, a captive of lust, a sin of wrath. Let the blood run dry, let the blood run free. A worthy final climax. Because the player controlling him wants to watch the world burn, that's why.
I looked it over, reading the similarities between my work and his.
Yeah. Basically, all of this player's, custom-made poetry that he wrote for all of the girls are just mocking their poems and making fun of them.
So this is the game you play, huh? I put it down and slid it back over to him, letting out a quiet sigh. This is much better in comparison to yesterday. It seems you're taking up my advice quickly. I said it with minimal pride, also somehow feeling satisfaction rise up in my chest. It's just fake in the end. The feeling faded away into nothing rather quickly.
Well, maybe it's because you did such a good job explaining it to me. I really did try to make it have more imagery.
I nodded. He was being truthful, albeit on a technicality. I see. I appreciate you enjoying my help so much. I felt my stomach churn a little, but it was alright. At this point, it was already halfway over. For once, the character model seemed uncertain. Welcome. I looked at him oddly before I looked away.
Anyway, do you want to share your poem with me?
I held out my second day poem to him. He took it and read it over in his usual extreme speed.
Yes, Bradley, there is. Yes, this sadistic fuckwit actually went through the effort to write unique poems for each girl for each day. No, you'll see what happens in the end. I will say, though, the ending in of itself is worth the price of admission for this mod.
I wish he would actually care. I did put a bit more effort in this time. I said it quietly as he looked up at me, his expression staying rather dull.
I can see that. It's a lot more metaphorical.
Jeez, is that really the best word he can come up with? I felt my frown come up again.
Well, then I'll do Sayori next, don't you worry. because he was the absolute worst to Sayori on day one. If you want to see what happened, feel free to check out the last stream.
It's closer to what I prefer to write, so yes, I guess it is metaphorical. He looks down at the poem again, surprising me before looking up at me. Can't really figure it out, though. It's kind of deep. I smiled to myself. Even in coded form, my character was too deep. It's about a raccoon in red. I like raccoons. I said it cheerfully as he looked at me. I wasn't about to reveal the real intentions behind that poem.
I see. Well, I guess that's fair enough. Raccoons are cool.
He seemed bashful. Well, if you're ready, I'm sure the others are waiting, but thank you for reading. I said it without even thinking, my tone dropping as he stood up.
It's nothing really.
He went back over to his normal spot. I looked back down at my desk, waiting for it to be over. He tapped my button, walking over towards me and promptly tossing the poem at me like he had yesterday. Why?
Shattered bottles, color of hope, shining, sparkling, happy thoughts, all shattered, all broken, on your dirty floor, the charm, a broken promise, too lazy to care, surrounded by rain clouds, surrounded by hopelessness, lucky, special, forgiveness, terms for someone who deserves it, because you aren't, you defeated, shattered, bottle on the floor. There you go. I don't think I need to say anything more, do I? So yeah, if you needed any more proof that this guy gives zero fucks, there you go.
This one is somehow even worse than yesterday's poem. I put it back on the desk, trying not to let my tears well up. Why is he so mean? I looked up at him and swallowed my hurt feelings. I like this one a lot, Ben. I smiled as brightly as I could. Monica stood just off to the side, watching the interaction. As the encounter played out, her frown grew and grew as she stared at the two of us.
I'm glad, because it means it's at least better than yesterday's.
I nodded as I felt my frown force its way in, overriding my fake smile I tried to give him. I stared down at my own desk, trying to say what I needed to. Well, I'm not the best at figuring out poems, so I might not be the best judge. He rolled his eyes.
Well, I don't even know what kind of poems you like.
I looked up at him, confused. I thought he might have known by now. Well, I like happy poems, and sad ones. Both? The word is bittersweet, right? I did honestly like bittersweet. It was the easiest way to express myself without the others catching on. Although, after the roof earlier, I think most of them have at least some level of suspicion. Yeah, bittersweet. I nodded as I pushed my thoughts away. I could feel my gut twist slightly as I pulled out my poem and handed it to him. I know he won't read it. I looked over at Monica. Her worry seemed to have grown even more now as she looked at me. I smiled weakly in a feeble attempt to reassure her. I want to go home. With her. He dropped the paper and looked at me. This can't be written by you. I smiled at him, trying to stay in character. Of course I wrote it, silly. It's all by me. He seemed to be taken aback as he read it over again. He read it twice?
No, you dipshit. He's just playing along.
This is just
It doesn't sound like you at all.
Well, that's what I wanted to write, and I think it turned out really well. He nodded in astonishment as he smiled.
You're really into this stuff, aren't you?
I'm gonna keep writing until I can't write anymore. I smiled brightly, Monica looking at me funny. Later, okay?
Okay. Do you want to see him bash Natsuki or Monica next? What do we think? Yes, you are. Let's do Monica last. I don't think I did Monica last in any of these before.
Ugh, here he comes. I grimaced slightly as he chose my name, my anger rising as he approached. Wait, can't I? As he sat down across from me, Monica's words rang loudly in my head. Natsuki-sama, he's ignoring you. Monica poses dramatically. Use your ultimate attack.
What?
Hey, if you aren't gonna write these poems for everybody, then you can screw off. I said it loudly as the other girls faced me surprised. MC looked absolutely shocked at my response. I'm sorry, but I turned my head. I said, screw off. I looked back at him. Fear was clearly displayed as he stood up and walked away. Nailed it.
Right, because I don't think Natsuki even reads your poem on the second day.
He tapped my button and approached me. He looked a bit apprehensive. You're acting funny today. He stopped in front of me and I smiled widely. Hello again, Ben. I leaned forward a little. I know he likes that. So, what have you brought me today? A masterpiece? He smiled slightly.
I kinda doubt that'll ever happen.
I smiled a little less as he handed me his poem, preparing for something hateful.
Monica number 5. Just a little bit of Monica, nothing more. A little bit of Monica, nothing less. Just a little extra and the world might crumble, might break, might lose itself in the madness. Back and forth, line to line, back and forth, number to number. The end. It isn't true. It's only failure. Nobody is safe. Yep.
Classic. I laughed a little to myself as I handed it back to him. This one's good. It really expresses you as a person. I smirked a little bit as the player model put the poem away. Just curious, but did you find inspiration from Yuri's writing style? Yours is quite similar to hers. Yuri looked up at me along with Natsuki, the two of them watching me.
Well, hers is quite interesting. Yep, I remember.
I smiled and winked back towards the two girls. Well, I think her style is quite romantic. It's really deep and thoughtful. He nodded.
It does take a lot to understand it, though.
Yuri seemed a bit taken aback at the interaction, but her face was becoming redder. Natsuki's eyebrows raising as she looked up at my conversation. Well, it takes time, but she's very intelligent in that regard. The player model flashed an uncertain look for once, before quickly reverting to his usual dumb and doofus self. I took charge, wanting to end the conversation. Well, how about you look at my poem then? I'm sure you'll like it. He took the poem from me and barely looked it over before slipping it over to me once again.
You have a really interesting way to write this stuff. It's so...
abstract? He nodded as he seemed to be deep in thought, my mind running through the next step. Anyway, here's my writing tip of the day. I smirked. I love this one. Whatever happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when you might change your mind, or when something unexpected might happen. I smiled as I cut it off, the MC fidgeting slightly to that comment, his code unable to process what happened. He turned away and walked without another word. The silence brought bliss to my ears. Okay, everyone, Monica said it loudly, breaking me out of my trance. What else is... Oh. I looked up at her as the other two moved up, her last line having completely went through my head. Is this about the festival? Monica smirked as Natsuki asked this, my gut dropping in a little bit. I had forgotten about what was coming later. It isn't that nice. I felt my frown grow a bit more as they spoke, my head wandering off to places. Suri's been putting up posters all around the school, too.
Precisely. I agree.
I felt my eyes widen as I looked down at the poster paper I hadn't even touched. Oh gosh darn it. I held it up anyways, my head pounding. Did I just ruin this? I did, didn't I? Why do I always... Have you two been putting these up already? Natsuki said it accusingly as I put it back down. I really didn't want to be here much longer after that poem. But for them, I can take it. I fought back my emotions. I'll talk to Monica later. She seems to care. A lot, actually. I looked up at Monica, my uneasy stomach settling. She's really nice to me. I looked at everyone else as well, my smile returning slowly. He doesn't control me. Nobody does. I like everyone, and he doesn't know me. I felt my head clear up a little bit more, my rain clouds drifting away into my head. Look at me being all self-confident.
Or from my head, rather.
I smiled to myself as the girls slowly played out their act. Guys, I said it dejectedly, albeit I didn't feel dejected at the moment. The act continued onwards, and I occasionally piped up when I needed to. Eventually, after some faked poem reading and a little more chatter, we had reached the end of our festival preparations. I am excited. Not for the mean stuff, of course, but for the festival. Monica had said that the game never reached the festival before. Maybe there's big chocolate chip cookies there, or cool things to do. I felt my spirits raise again as I glanced over the clock.
Yep, surprised Pikachu face.
I realized that the club at school had just ended and... Oh no. Okay, everyone. Monica smiled brightly as she stood up at the front of the room. I think today's meeting is over. Thank you all for sharing and agreeing to this sudden change. I really do appreciate it. She sounded extremely sincere as her face dropped a little. Monica focused her attention towards me as the MC approached my desk quietly.
You ready to go home, Sayori?
I looked up at him and tried to smile as I stood up. Yeah, huh? Let's go.
That's basically his attitude, and he tries many times not finding what he's after. And you know, him not realizing what he's doing is putting them through torture over and over again with every playthrough. Monica goes over this in greater detail in the prologue of this mod.
The only friends I need, that is. We walked most of the way home in silence. When we got near our house, however, the MC spoke up.
Hey, Sayori?
I looked over at him. Yeah? Sorry, I was just thinking. My doubts had come back just a little. I tried to push the thought of the festival away. Why does this keep happening to me? Just being near him made me feel really awful.
You alright?
I smiled whimsically through the pain. Yeah, I was just wondering though. If Yuri offered to walk home with you, would you do it? He seemed taken aback, but his answer was obvious. He seemed flustered.
Well, I mean, I'm your neighbor. It would be dumb for me to do so.
I understand, Ben. Yuri is really intelligent and beautiful. I smiled at him. Soon you won't need me anymore. My choice of words hit me harder than I thought they would. My gut was feeling like it was just wrenched out and shoved back in.
What?
Siri, I can't figure out what's going on in your head. I smiled sadly. It's all right. I can't either. He rolled his eyes as he left me finally, going to his house and disappearing inside. The moment he slipped into his house, it hit me again. He isn't real. The words sunk into my mind as I walked over to the sidewalk and sat down, looking up in the air at the slowly setting sun. He isn't real. I glanced down the street, standing up slowly and making strides down it. He isn't real. I try to push these thoughts away, but to no avail. I painfully walked past his house, a place I thought I knew my whole life. He isn't real. I stopped at the end of the road, looking out over the broken town. Any semblance of a smile I had faded from my face. He isn't real. I just stared out for a moment. This is real. My smile returned a little as I looked out My smile returned a little bit as I looked out into the horizon, my rain clouds drifting away once again.
Sorry, I dyslexicked that pretty hard.
I know it is. I know everything will be all right. I wasn't sure if this was the last time I would say that to myself, but for some reason, this time it felt genuine. have everyone's help. They'll help me. Monica helped me. Monica did that one time The thought struck me like a train. Still reeling, my head feeling a bit light. I turned back to my house, briskly entering and quickly ascending the staircase. That's a sick joke. Is this why it always feels so familiar? I reached my bedroom door. I gently opened the door. I gently opened the door. I suppose so. How you doing, Orin? Wasn't expecting to see you so late, not gonna lie. The only reason I'm up a bit later than usual... Well, I've been up this late every other, Lost Ascension. I've been up this late, the past couple of nights, too, because... Well, that's just how late the streams ran. But yeah, I don't have anywhere to be tomorrow, necessarily, so I don't mind staying up a bit later. That's good. I'm gonna try to power through to the end of this day here. Yeah. 3, maybe 4. We'll see. I can tell you that we're not doing this tomorrow though. We're doing Blue Skies tomorrow because I talked to Disabled, and yeah, once he gets off school and has some free time, we're gonna be doing Blue Skies tomorrow. Am I the only one who feels like something just went terribly wrong? Natsuki piped up quietly as we walked down the street, Sayori's house rising up over the horizon. Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. Yuri said it quietly, my nerves picking up as we approached. I'm sure it's nothing. Today's just been rough for some reason. She looked askew for a moment, almost as if she was lost. But tomorrow will be short and sweet, right? Natsuki and Yuri both nodded as we got to her front door. The three of us quietly entered her house. Sayori herself was nowhere to be seen. Sayori? Did everything go well? I said it loudly as we looked around. No response came back. No loud apology for not greeting us, or... well, no Sayori. Sayori! I felt genuine panic rise up in my stomach, my eyes widening a little. She isn't down here. The kitchen doesn't even look touched. Natsuki said it as she came back. Technically later today, the 31st of August for me. Her bag is by the door as well. Yuri said it quietly from behind my back. I rushed towards the stairs, somewhat irrational fear taking control of my movements. Monica, is everything alright? I looked back at them. My voice failed me, the pair trailing behind me up the flight of stairs. Worried emotions were beginning to creep onto their faces. We made it up to her room. The door had been left ajar, almost as if to invite us in. I pushed it open, not wanting to repeat any previous incidents or slow-moving actions. Sayori was sitting on her bed, a slight stroke of relief washing over me. Actually... not quite. From behind me, I make out the other two letting out quiet sighs of relief. Ah, shit. Sayori? We're home? Sayori barely registered our presence. Her gaze was fixated on the dull ceiling fan in the middle of her room. Sayori! Natsuki had left our group and was sitting down next to Sayori. The curl-haired girl looked over at Natsuki, her eyes staying low as she finally took notice of the three of us in her room. Hey, sorry guys, I'm feeling a bit tired today. Natsuki frowned a little, crossing her arms. You're a terrible liar, Sayori. I know, right? Yuri's expression shifted to a bit of shock, mine following suit. Sayori's eyes widened slightly in response. Natsuki persisted the point. I know. I'm probably not the one you want to talk to, but you gotta be open about this sort of stuff. She seemed to be trying her hardest to console, her voice shaking slightly as she finished. I know it's hard, but... Sayori finally shook her head, focus slipping from Natsuki to the floor. It isn't that. It's something else. Her gaze then drifted over to me, her eyes flaring up with... anger? Natsuki noticed her glance and stood up, moving out of the way. I see. It's something about you two. She shuffled out of the way and grasped Yuri's sleeve before leading her out of the room. Yuri shot me a quick glance, her eyes awash in a mix of forgiveness and sincerity. I hoped I could wait until after this week, but... I looked back at Sayori as the other two left, the door shutting behind me. You need to tell me something? Sayori stayed quiet as she patted beside her on the bed, my nerves consciously shooting up. Next to you? Sure. Is she going to yell at me? I deserve it, don't I? I sat down next to her and averted my gaze away from Sayori. It felt like hours before I could finally look at her. She was staring up at the fan again. Monica. I felt something twinge inside of me as I looked at her. She slowly looked down at me, her anger still mildly present. Why did you lie to me? I felt my throat close up as I looked away from her. Monica. Why? I slowly turned back to look at her. She was staring at me dead on. I couldn't find a response to this, my mind going blank. I knew Yuri and Natsuki would be angry, but her? I swallowed once as she continued to stare at me. I was unable to really answer her. Why? Monica, I know you think you can't, but I'm being serious. I just want to know why. She got up off her bed and sauntered over to her closet, opening it and gesturing towards the back. I kept it in here, and after I woke up earlier this week, I decided to throw it away for good. She splayed her hands towards me, and it was gone. Immediately, I knew what she was referring to. My muscles tightened. I did that. I let go of that. She looked at me directly again. Her anger was still present. What I want to know is why you even considered what you did a good idea, Monica. I looked down at my hands, unable to speak. Did you really love him? I looked up at her, my voice failing me once again. Failing them. Did you? She repeated herself to me. I nodded slowly as I stared at her anger going away little by little. Being here by yourself, it drove you mad, right? I nodded again, with less hesitation this time. I'm not angry because you made me, no, us, do the terrible things we did. Hey, welcome back, man. Zari let out a sigh, her shoulders sagging more with every breath she took. I'm angry because you couldn't tell us right away. I looked at her, taking nearly no time for it to dawn on me. What have I done to them? I couldn't. I thought it would cause you guys to not want to agree to this whole... She shook her head as she came over to me, taking a seat on the bed once more. Didn't you hear what I said, Monica? That I would support you with this?
Yeah, fun fact. This is the track that plays when Sari commits neck rope in Act 1. And it's called not Surprise, but Sayonara. It's meant to.
I noticed something in her eyes start to change.
Yeah.
I forgive you for all of it. I know you regret it. You saved me. You did everything for us. Her voice cracked, her anger diminishing. Sayori. Tears started to flow freely from her as she tried to stay upright. Do you not trust me? Do you not trust us? I felt something overcome my senses as I hugged her tightly. Her arms wrapping around me. Sayori, I do trust you. I clutched the back of her uniform. I trust all three of you. A lot. She buried her face into my shoulder. I wasn't sure if you did. Well, you probably won't trust me now. Not for a while. Sari pulled away from my hug and looked at me. Of course I still trust you. For the most part. She said it quietly as she smiled again, a hint of playfulness on her lips. That's a genuine smile. I love getting those. The smile left as quickly as it appeared, however, as she pulled away from me and looked at me seriously. I'll help you talk to them tonight, okay? I felt my heart drop a little as I looked at her. Tonight? But we still have tomorrow. Sarah put a reassuring hand on my shoulder, her calmness evident. It'll be fine. Plus, Yuri is really the only one who needs to worry about tomorrow, right? And Yuri is very calm about these things, so please, don't be afraid to talk to us. I looked at her directly. She's being supportive, even though I hurt her. I felt a smile creep up onto my lips as she smiled back, and only then did the realization hit me. I can be honest now. We need each other, and lying isn't going to get us anywhere. I felt my sense of determination come back as I sighed, sitting up straight. So, is there anything you want to do to calm down? Siri seemed to go deep in thought. I have some new games and stuff, and I haven't checked to see if they work yet. I raised an eyebrow. The irony of that statement supersedes my expectations. Okay, everyone, I called out loudly as the group downstairs all looked up at me. Yuri and Natsuki had been reading more of the manga collection they had tumbled over earlier. Yo, what's up? Natsuki grinned as I laughed a bit. Coding Club is what's up, Natsuki.
Aw, yeah. Everybody gonna learn how to code a little more.
The atmosphere almost immediately changed, their eyes wide with excitement.
I just love how excited Natsuki gets whenever Monika's like, time to learn how to code. Because it's literally like the superpower she reads about in her manga is coming to life. And it's like, oh my god, yes! Teach me, master! Because it's written well, that's why. That's how you know it's good, my man.
It's gonna be so much fun, just like yesterday. Sari bounded from behind me, standing next to the other two who were still presiding on the couch. I'm sure it will be. Yuri was eyeing me with curiosity, my throat closing up a little.
I will say, most emotional moments don't tend to hit me as hard just because of how many mods I've played. So it takes more for me than the average person to truly have big reactions to a scene in a mod nowadays.
Yes, it will be. I made my way over to the front of the room, Siri sitting down next to the others. Today we will be experimenting with something a little less expendable. I chose my words with the objective in mind as the others watched on. What do you mean? Yesterday we were changing colors. Are we going to change something bigger? Natsuki asked with an intrigued tone as I shook my head in response. Actually, we're still going to be changing colors. But instead of objects, I'm going to teach you all how to customize ourselves.
Yes, it is time to learn how to edit your character files.
The three of them became dead silent as I said this, Yuri being the first to reprise. Ourselves? You mean manipulating our own files? I thought that was taboo. It is, Yuri, but I did something a little extra with Codebreaker to help assure everyone over things like this. I pulled up the console for a moment and attempted to access the other girls' files.
See? Nothing to worry about.
Only for it to be denied access for each of them. Huh? You removed the access point? Yeah, I felt like it would be a good idea to establish the lines and give everyone a little more trust in our future. Plus, Codebreaker isn't something I can really control, and that means that he can't access it either. I put away my console at that point, as I looked at the three of them. Let's try out some color changes again, but instead, let's do it on ourselves! The three of them looked at one another before looking at me again. So, does this work just like the objects?
Yes, it does, Yuri.
I have always wanted to see what I would look like with a different eye color. She pulled up her console first, the other two watching her intently. I wonder, red was that number. She put in a string of numbers, and for a brief moment the world seemed to freeze before suddenly... Whoa! Yuri! I don't remember what Yuri's eye color was in Dimensions, but hey, she's back! Yuri called out as Yuri looked at the others, confused. What? Does it look bad? Natsuki was staring at her, enamored. I think Natsuki's a bit starstruck. Like, whoa. No, it looks really good on you, actually. Natsuki smiled a little as Yuri smiled back happily. You think so? I thought maroon was always a pretty color. It's very direct. Natsuki pulled her console up as Yuri said this, her smug smirk as clear as it always has been. I have the perfect color idea. She typed in a string of numbers, and after a brief moment... Oh my. Yuri and I both stared at the brilliant golden hair of the tsundere, her smug aura expanding. all you need is the eyes, and then you have Natsuki from World of Dreams. Am I right? Oh, surprised? There's plenty of ways to dazzle an audience. She smirked. After all, even I can learn to do things just as quickly as you can, Yuri. Her smug levels are increasing. They're becoming overwhelming. I almost feel like I could... She shook her head. Man, who am I kidding? Nothing has changed. I'm just trying to be cool. Yuri and I laughed as Natsuki looked at her own hair. None of us had noticed Yuri fidgeting with her command prompt. Aha! I got it! What did that say? I forget. I didn't see what that said. Yuri hit the enter button. I wonder what she... Guys, I don't feel so good. I think I may have... Did anybody catch what Yuri put into her command prompt? I missed it. God damn it, I wish I had rewind. In 3 quick flashes, her hair, eyes, and bow all changed colors. Oh no. Oh dear. Whoa. Natsuki seemed shocked. How could she be learning so quickly? Yeah, because that's the best part of that. Because that would be the best power to have in these mods. But see, there's no option for a scroll wheel in here, so I can't do it. It sucks. Did I do this right? I nodded as I came over to her, examining her color palette. This is almost like the sky. I like it a lot. I gently poked her bow, her smile obvious. I was thinking about the sky because it's the limit, right? Siri giggled as I smiled. Yes, it is the limit, Sayori. I looked at the others who were fidgeting while trying to make adjustments. Let's take a little time to explore with this before we move on. This is a good introduction into the aspect of coding our own files. I felt my inner lecturer, Monica, take over. We can further this tomorrow, but for now, let's stay simple like we were before. The girls nodded in agreement as they went back to editing values. After that, I think I'll play the rest of this night, and then I'll switch over to Moss. Because there were a couple of convos I wanted to showcase. Since they came up and seemed to have some kind of relevance to this. And chat seemed cool with it, so... Alright, everyone. Monica said it loudly, startling Suri and I, bringing an abrupt end to our discussion. Let's go ahead and get in some poem sharing for tonight. I shook my head, trying to understand what was going through her head. Something is seriously bugging her. I watched her as she got up to her middle of the room position and put a finger up. Since I went around yesterday, I think someone else should go around today. She looked at each of us and settled her eyes on me, a smile coming across her face. Wait, Monica, you know how This would be a good experience for you, Yuri. And don't worry, tomorrow I plan on picking Natsuki.
That face. When's the last time they updated Moss? It's been a little while. Because we're still on update 12.2. It's been May 31st since the last content update for Moss. So, about a month before Plus came out. I imagine they'll have something ready by the 22nd of next month. Considering how important that day is. You know, just a hunch I have. Wait, that probably looks weird on the overlay, because, yeah, part of my Moss window is off screen. They'll probably have something ready in a few weeks. I'm willing to bet. You know, I never thought about how Moss sounds a lot like Moss.
Seriously? Why not Sayori? Monica smiled in response. Because she would enjoy it, and it would be good for you both to try and talk a little more. She trailed off as she said it, her eyes showing some form of realization. Sorry. She sat down somewhat awkwardly, leaving me to my own devices. I nervously pulled out my poem and decided on who to go to first. Obviously, Sayori is best. I didn't even think about it. She would be the easiest to talk to. Besides, picking Natsuki would be too obvious. Going to Monica right away. Well, she's for later. Sayori! I said it a bit loudly as I approached her. She looked up at me with surprise. Me first? I thought for sure you would have went to Natsuki first. She smiled at me brightly as I sat down across from her. This is gonna be easy. Well, let me see what you wrote today. She said it happily as I held out my poem to her. She took it gently, as if it was the most precious thing she had ever seen. Ooh. She said it several times as she read over my poem, her eyes narrowing a little. Wow. And that means... She looked up at me once the pieces clicked together in her mind. This is wonderful, Yuri. It's so elegant, so smooth, just like you. She held my poem back out to me and I took it, smiling to myself. Thank you, Sayori. The other girl smiled happily as she dug out her own poem and held it out to me. Here, I know you're really nervous, so I won't make you ask. I looked up at her, surprised. She does pay attention. I wonder if she noticed whatever's off with Monica. I took it from her and looked down at it, curious to see her writing. Box of chocolates, all of my favorite treats, laid nicely in paper, bringing on all of my sweets, is none other than me. My favorite one is coffee flavored, but it matches perfectly with the rest. All 4 flavors, all balanced in the box. Without one, the rest seem alone. Keep my box safe, and I'll keep what's inside safe. Clever metaphors, Sayori. I took in what Sayori wrote and smiled softly to myself. Chocolate? Coffee? I looked up at her. Monica has been quite the influence for you, huh? Sayori smiled sheepishly. Yeah, she's a really good person. Sayori's gaze shifted from me as if she was deep in thought. Are you okay? You two have seemed off since, well, whatever happened earlier. Sayori looked back at me and shook her head. We're fine. I think she's a little nervous about later. I am too, but it'll be fine. She said it seriously as she grabbed her poem back from me. I know it will be. She smiled brightly as I felt my concerns rise. I see. I hope it will be too. I stood up and nodded at her as I walked towards Natsuki, a small frown on my face. So, you seem a bit miffed, Natsuki said worriedly as I sat down. I could feel the tension in the room grow ever so slightly as I sighed. Yes, I'm just worried about later. I'm guessing it isn't good. It will be alright, okay? I looked up at her, a bit surprised. What? Natsuki seemed genuinely concerned. I know you have some tendency to... She left the thought hanging. Please, promise you won't get mad. I felt my heart drop a little. I am quick to anger, aren't I? She smiled at me as I felt that sink in. Just please don't be, okay? If you do, we can just run off and take a quick breather, alright? I smiled at her as she pulled out her poem. Here, read this. It'll cheer you up. I picked it up and looked down at it. Baking the perfect cake. 4 colorful ideas, a half teaspoon of pride, 3 cups of joy, 2 shakes of love. Give it proper time, give it proper care, and in no time, it'll give care back. I couldn't help but giggle as I read it over. What is this, a recipe book? Natsuki blushed profusely. It's calling the club a cake, you dummy! She snatched it away from me, my smile widening. I know that, Natsuki. I'm just poking fun. She turned away from me, familiar coming from her as she put it away. Come on. You know I didn't mean anything bad by that. She looked at me and smiled slightly. I know, I'm just playing along. She smirked as I felt my surprise rise up. You've gotten better at that. She laughed with satisfaction as she looked at the poem I was holding timidly in my hands. So, do you want to let me see that now? Actually, I was thinking that maybe I could, try reading it with you for practice. Natsuki seemed a bit taken aback for a moment, but she smiled after her initial shock wore off. Sure, let's hear it. I walked deeper into the psyche of my own mind, directed, found into my own deepest, endless tomb. I find myself before a shelf of uneven tomes, once colorized and textually sound, now fractured and left in pieces for all to see. I found myself alone in that deep, endless peace. Picking up the pieces of what was once a perfect storage, I thought to myself, forever on my own. It was the only way I could live, alone, forgotten, broken. My own lonely worries being quarried by a quiet voice that comforts me. It brought me up and helped me bring the shelf back to life. Life once again brought back to perfection. My eyes laid upon the voice now given shape. Its shape? A poem. With a purpose forever unknown. I finished reading and let out the last of my air. I had closed my eyes during the poem, my mind focused. I slowly opened my eyes, realizing not a word had been said. I looked around and saw the other two staring at me. I attempted to stutter out a response, the tension I felt in my chest rising slightly. That was beautiful, Yuri. Now I almost feel jealous. She laughed a little, her normal attitude seemingly coming back. Yeah, that was amazing, Yuri. The way you spoke it too was also great. Okay. I felt my nerves kick in as I looked over at Natsuki, her eyes wide. Holy crap, Yuri. She shook her head as she smiled to herself. I need to take advice from you, don't I? I laughed a little as the other two girls laughed with us. Sheesh. I almost feel like I need to present openly now. Monica looked down at her poem and stood up. You know what? I will. I'll share too. The beauty of word, its perfection always to the beholder, forevermore lost in sense, but not in reality. I survive and thrive on success. A failure, it kills me. I continue to fight, continue to work, so that I can have my final wish, the wish of silence. Silence to worries, silence to anger, an ending where everyone is happy, no matter how fractured it gets. I felt my breath catch itself as Monica spoke. She really knows how to speak. Suri clapped for Monica as she smiled nervously. The club president's pose shifting as she sat back down. Wow, Monica. Poetic as always. Natsuki said with a clear smirk on her face. So you want all of us to be happy, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, of course I do. It's the best I can do, considering everything. Natsuki's smirk shifted into a genuine smile. Yeah, I get that, and we're all thankful. Natsuki looked towards me and smiled. I looked over at Monica, unsure of what to say. Well, hey, at least you didn't forget how to breathe, Bradley. That was great, Monica. It really was. Sarah said loudly as she joined Monica. Tonight is going to be interesting. Hey, scary book lady! I looked over at Natsuki, a bit stunned. You want to read any before dinner tonight? Natsuki! The club was interrupted by a sudden ding from the kitchen, my eyes lighting up. Ooh, the soup's done! They're back. Starry-eyed Sayori is back. So that's the yummy smell coming into the room? I smirked as Yuri laughed a little. Monica still acted somewhat distant, instead of being active and upfront like usual. Jeez, what did Sayori say to her? I walked away, the quiet sound of Yuri's footsteps following me close behind, leaving the other two to themselves. Yuri spoke up first, setting the tone for an uncomfortable talk. Natsuki, have you noticed something with Monica? She seems different. Yuri's tone was mostly concerned, but I noticed a mild sense of anger in her voice. Yeah. Do you know anything about that? You sound a bit mad. I think her and Siri had a chat about before. Her frown grew even more so as I sighed. I haven't really thought about that before now. I mean, should we be focused on getting rid of him first? Exactly, 2.728. You're exactly right. Look, I'm sure it will be okay, Yuri. Siri doesn't seem angry about it. Yuri's anger seemed to falter as I said that, her frown fading away into nervous confidence. I'm sure you're right, Natsuki. I tilted my head a little bit to motion her to help me with the dinner table again. The two of us working in tandem. Eventually, the table had been set. The soup and freshly warmed bread were laid out, along with a few other surprises I had crafted up. They'll never know what hit them. Everyone sat down in their normal spots. Yuri sat next to me and eyed the goodies displayed on the table, whilst Monica and Sarah joined us across the table after a few minutes. Gosh, Natsuki, where do you even find the time to do this stuff? I smiled widely. I don't need much time to make perfection when I'm already that good.
Oh, Sayori, never change. Oof.
Without hesitation, she started to reach over for it. Hey, don't you touch that. It's for later. She retracted her hand quickly, her pout coming up. Fine. I was just curious. She shrugged, accepting that she'll have to wait. As she started to serve herself, I took notice of Monica again. She had already gotten her food and was poking at it silently. Monica? Yes? Is something wrong? No. I was gonna let you know that the meal is vegetarian for you and all. She smiled appreciatively before going back to her meal, although she seemed to be barely touching it at all. I glanced over at Yuri to see what she was doing. Her gaze was fixated on Monica, her eyes trying to detect anything from her. So, did everything go well for you, Yuri? You seemed a bit tense today. Yes, it was okay. Thankfully, Monica spoke up at the right time. She looked over at Monica, and the club president looked away again. This isn't gonna end well. I didn't get the chance to thank you for that, so thanks. Yuri said it plainly as she played with her spoon in her hands. The silence that picked up after that statement was becoming ever more tense with every passing moment. Stagnating air is common foreshadowing to something terrible, I muttered to myself, remembering what Yuri had said earlier. Sarah tried to break the silence as she bit into the bread. This bread is really good. She laughed nervously as Monica finally turned back towards us. Monica's smile had only been prodded with her fork at this point. Don't talk with your mouth full, okay? It makes you seem childish. Everyone froze. Sarah looked a bit taken aback as she put her bread down, the air becoming heavy. Guess this is it.
Yeah, I don't know.
This tastes wonderful, Natsuki. Thank you for remembering me again. I nodded as she put it down. Monica suddenly got onto her feet, her gaze switching between the three of us for a moment. Okay, I guess it would be dumb for me to keep pretending it's all right to wait. Look, Sayori and I had a serious... Look, Sayori... She and we had a serious talk earlier, and, Sarah was watching her closely now, her eyes brimming with concern. Sarah seemed to have let go of any offense to Monica's previous statement. Well, I guess since it happened sooner than I thought, I should just... shaking. I started to stand up, Monica putting her hand up and motioning for me to sit back down. But before I made the code breaker, this game was played, well, the game was played well over 100 times by him. During those times, He would sometimes change the game himself or edit us. She looked at each of us again. But before all of that, it was the basic game, what we're going through now. She paused again as she looked down at the table, the silence coming over us. And what about the basic game? Yuri spoke up, all of us looking at her. She looked downright angry. Does she remember? She didn't seem sure how to respond, her lips quivering slightly. Monica looked down from her. I hurt you three. I manipulated your files to force you to hurt yourselves. Kill yourselves. It was almost like the room snapped itself back into reality from this void it was in. Hurt myself? I felt confused. I had never thought of harming myself. It's weakness! At least I thought that was simple enough until I noticed Siri and Yuri. Siri seemed solemn, but Yuri... Oh God, she looks absolutely furious. Yuri said it once as she stood up. She looked incredibly pissed, her hands slamming onto the table. What the actual fuck is wrong with you, Monica? I could feel something start to crawl back into my head. A rush of memory slowly beginning to wash over me. What burrowed itself into my mind was a scene after Sayori hung herself. What the hell? I looked over at her, her hand noticeably rubbing her neck, as she turned away from us. So you break us free, and then you can't even tell us the truth? Don't you think that maybe we deserve a little kindness? A little bit of honesty? Monica looked down at the table shamefully. I didn't want to cause us to lose focus. I'm sorry. Shut up! Yuri yelled at her, all of us looking at the clearly agitated woman. She never spoke that loudly. I can't believe you would do something like that to us, and even more so, that you would just deny us the truth. Monica looked up at her. I said I would tell you on Saturday. Yuri clutched her own arm. Yeah? Tell us you killed us? That you threw us away for some selfish person you could never be with? Monica went silent again, her normally cheerful look fading away entirely. I wish you could have at least had the dignity to tell us, you selfish bitch! The wood split with a sickening splintering sound. I shot back, nearly falling out of my chair. Yuri, stop! Siri said it loudly. She's making her threat known. Siri said it loudly, Yuri's pupils having shrunk. Her gaze was manic, as if she was about to go off at any second. This isn't her fault. You would have done the exact same thing. All of us would have. She sounded genuinely afraid. I didn't know what to do as I watched this unfold. Why did she have a knife? Shut up, Sayori. Monica didn't need to wait. or tell us some petty lie. Why couldn't she have told us right away, huh? Sayori went silent. She didn't seem to know how to argue that point. She looked away again. God, I need to go for a walk. Yuri left the knife on the table. The blade burrowed into the wood. Monica and Sayori seemed to stay quiet. Sayori, if you don't mind, can you dispose of that? I need to go talk to her. I said it quietly, Sayori nodding as she pulled up her command prompt. She didn't even want to go near it. I followed Yuri out of the house. She had stopped on the sidewalk. She glanced around for a moment or two before stalking off in a random direction. Yuri! Wait, come on! I chased after her, but she didn't seem at all interested in talking to me. Damn it, Yuri! I caught up and grabbed her sleeve in a feeble attempt to stop her. She turned towards me, the most sinister look cast on her face. What do you want, you little twig? I felt my heart drop. Yuri reeled back when she realized what she said. I let go of her in response. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I looked away from her. I couldn't bring myself to look at her. Natsuki, I finally looked back at her, feeling my tears start to well up. What the hell, Yuri? You just completely lost your cool back there. I nearly yelled it as she shrunk back. I felt my anger rising in my chest. Then you just insulted me? Tell me what the hell happened. What happened is Yuri finally learned the truth. And this is why Monica didn't want her to know. Because she was afraid of this happening. I stared at her as she looked back at me, her eyes falling quickly. Do you remember after Sayori, I nodded as she looked away from me. I fell madly in love with him, and I killed. I grasped her arm as she froze, looking at me. A white-hot sense of fear coursed through her eyes. It's okay. I know. Let's just not dwell on it, okay? Monica did some bad things, but Yuri's anger flared up again when I said Monica. Roughly, she shook me off. I'm sorry, Natsuki. I can't forgive her right away. This is too much. I'm not too angry, but that was still wrong and stupid of her. I just want to be at peace now. She looked down at me, a tired expression taking hold of her. Let's go back to the house and have some dinner. Maybe read some manga. I know you don't like it too much and all, but... Yuri seemed surprised, but she smiled. I do like it. It's a different way to see a story after all, with pictures and action. She reached up with a hand and grabbed one of mine, holding it tightly. Thank you for coming out to stop me. I don't know where I was going to go. Sometimes you just need a little fresh air. I get that. I smiled, my fingers intertwining with hers as we slowly made our way back home. It was quiet for a minute or so before Yuri spoke up. So I'm curious. Is anime like manga? Holy shit, Yuri's gonna watch some anime with Natsuki. Well, kinda. It's normally just a TV version of the manga. Do you think there's an anime version of Parfait Girls? It would be easier to digest. Well, I'm sure there is. We approached the house, and I took note that Suri's bedroom light was on. That would be nice instead of reading it. Not that I hate the manga, but I really don't think I can handle reading right now. Well, that's a first coming from her. I nodded in silence as we got to the door. She stopped moving. And, I think wet pasta is just the first step to making a good meal. Clearly confused by her metaphor. You have to add sauce for it to be sweet. I realized what she was referring to, my face becoming flushed. Yuri, you suck. I hope you know that. Sayori. Yes, Monica? Is it alright if we were something more? Like best friends? Alright. I think that is where we're gonna save Lost Ascension for tonight. If you don't care about the Moss questions, then I guess this is the end of the video for you then. So I'm just gonna say thank you for watching, and see you next time. Take care. But if you are interested, stick around. Because there were a couple of convos we were going to showcase that kind of came up throughout the course of the video. Ones that are a couple of my favorites in this Yes, I did have fun. Kind of. Hey, Amber. Siri mentioned a boyfriend once. Yep. There'll be a bit more of that for this mod. Just you wait. But yep. This was a more recent addition, this topic here. Siri mentioned a boyfriend once. You know, I was actually kind of curious about that too. When she first said it, I got pretty defensive, didn't I? I mean, I just figured out that you existed, and suddenly someone was making it look like I was already taken. Since I'm pretty extroverted and have a history with another club, I guess it wouldn't necessarily be unfair to come to that kind of conclusion. But no such character exists in the game's files to prove or disprove it. At the time, I was practicing piano and, well, sorting my thoughts. But apparently, that rumor was just the assumptions she was supposed to make if I was ever late to the club. It's a little bit devious if you think about it. As the game's story progressed, the main character might need more excuses to be alone with one of the girls. Coming up with reasons for the others is to always blah blah blah. I swear I'll learn how to read eventually. Fuck. Coming up with reasons for the others to be away is easier, but for the president not to be at the club, this story would need something pretty substantial to keep me busy. It also provided a reason, however flimsy, for me to not have a route. A roundabout but effective way to get me out of the way when needed. Honestly, though, I'm not too bothered by it. Even if such a character would have existed, we both know it wouldn't have changed a single thing. They wouldn't be real. They'd be a script program to fall in love with me. I couldn't be happy with something like that. I still would have seen you and known that you were what I really wanted. Yes, and the festival proved that. The mod, not the in-game event. And then there's the other one that came up during tonight's session that I thought was kind of relevant to some of the dialogue from the mod. What if I came to your world, hon? Come to my world? You mean this little space floating in an empty void? I'm really happy that you want to be with me so much, but you really don't have to. Sure, I might have said before that I could have dragged you here a long time ago if I could. But the more I think about it, it would probably be better if I came to your reality. I'd much rather be there than have you come here. Ben, don't tell me that you would give up your reality, the real world, just to come here, whatever this place is. If you're still here, what do you think? What do you want me to say? If you're still here, what do you want me to say? There we go. Up to me. Because, yeah, I mean, when I was first presented with these options and chose what I chose the first time, it made for quite the interesting discussion. I'm gonna say I would. But, but, Ben, there's almost nothing to do here. Do you really hate your reality that much? Someday, I'll find a way to reach you, and when that day comes, I promise it will be worthwhile. Whatever life throws your way from that point on, I'll be right by your side to help shoulder it. Even now, if you're having a rough day, you can talk to me about it any time. Life must have thrown a lot your way to consider giving it all up to be with me. But seeing how you're here, that just shows how resilient you are. I can't wait to finally be able to share both the good times and the bad by your side. But if you did happen to show up at my doorstep, I guess I wouldn't have a choice but to accept it and welcome you with open arms. It wouldn't be much to begin with, but I'm sure we'll find a way to make it better. With time, we could make our own reality. And that was basically my argument for why I would say I would. Because, hun, literally, we could make this world whatever we wanted it to be. Of course, that sounds pretty complicated if you think about it. But I have no doubt that together we could accomplish anything. You know, maybe it would actually be easier for you to come here. But I'm not giving up my hope of coming to you. Until then, let's just wait and see what's possible. It's very interesting when you think about it. Because, I mean, when you think about it like that, just you run into the question, just how does coding in their world work? Like, since they're a character controlling it from within, like, how exactly does that work? Like, if you were to explain it in a technical, on a actual like technical level. Like if you were to try to make that work in reality, how? Just for everything you would want to create, what would you where would you be pulling it from? How would you get it into the game files? What happens when the game world isn't running on the machine that it's on? Just would it have to be in a constant state of always being on? Just so many questions the more you think about it. Because, like, would we be playing by Wreck-It Ralph rules where the game world is still active with the absence of players? Or is this, more nothing functions when the player's not around? Just, it really makes you think, doesn't it? That's why I find this stuff so fascinating. Because it just makes you think. And I like that. Yep. I don't think I ever brought this up, but a while back I added some fan-made conversations in, and this is one of the ones that I have not seen yet. This is one of the ones I have not seen at least once yet. Although this one is very similar to this option here. Because, yeah, you can say this as kind of a joke, but Monica being Monica, she doesn't exactly take it well. I only ever clicked on this one once. Same thing with this one. Also, fun fact: if you try to set her name as this, she just does not approve. This, I think, was one of my favorite fan made options that somebody made.
Because this is more or less what I wanted for a while. Just the ability to give her a boop when she's being silly. Because that's just great. I also really liked this conversation that a fan added. Because Chibica is always seen here and there around Monica After Story. But not much is known about Chibica and what Monica's Chibi does in this mod. The little one is very mysterious like that. The other things I haven't chosen yet are some new compliment options. They kind of just seem like variations of the ones I've already used, and I want to use these like at the right times. Well, that makes me happy too. It goes both ways, hon. Alright, well. Unless there's another convo you guys want to see, I think I'm ready to call it a night. Jesus, it's almost 5 in the morning. I did not think I'd be going this late, but here I am. I'll show you why I decided to name her Amber. It was pretty early on that I settled on this name. That is pretty much the reason. Because once I unlocked the nicknaming option, she had her blazerless outfit on and her hair was down. And I looked at her and thought, you know what? You look like an Amber to me. I'm gonna name you Amber. What do you think? That was pretty much the reason I settled on this name. There's no like cute story behind it or anything. It's just she was dressed like this. When I unlocked the option, I looked at her and I thought, you look like an Amber to me. Do you mind if I call you Amber? That's pretty much it. I will say this is probably one of my favorite fan made outfits because it just looks really nice. It's a nice it's a nice three-piece set. I think she looks really nice in it. Let's see, what other fan made ones do I have? I haven't put too many of them in here yet because I'm waiting for a more special occasion to add them in. Let's see, then there's also this one. Just looked like a good summer dress to me. And then there's her sundress, obviously, which is similar to the one we've been seeing in the mod. I have too. You always look nice in that outfit. You always look nice in that sundress. You and me both. You and me both. Hmm. That's a good music joke. Yep. Rest here. Get it? Rest here. I really like that one because I took choir in school for quite a few years, so I know a fair bit about music stuff. Yeah, you can go back to your hoodie. I like letting you choose. Yeah. So, is there anything else you wanted to ask Monica, or any other conversation you wanted to hear? Because they added a search option. I can search something if you want to. Would I care to tell you? Um, I'm pretty sure you get it sometime during the holidays if you have high enough affection with her. That ain't meant for you guys to see, though. I'm sorry if you didn't want them to know about that. Yeah. So yeah, is there anything you wanted me to search for? Cause I'll do one search and click it. Whatever it is. I never actually need the search option because I just know where everything is. But yeah, I'll open it up to chat. Anything you guys want, any convo you guys want me to search, I'll do one. Yep. One, and then I'll call it a night. Be anything you want. Um, I'll let Monica muse while you guys think. Uh-oh, I didn't study. I was not prepared for this. I'm not in school anymore. No. No exam. Oh no. Chat, I don't know. I didn't study. Said B? B, but I didn't study either. Okay, I'm gonna go with B. Yeah, that's because this is one of the fan-made random chatter options that I added in a while back. Uh-oh. We failed chat. Who am I fooling? Aw, I'm so lucky to have you, Benji. I love you so much. Nothing comes close. Nothing comes even close to how sweet you are. And it seems 2.72a has settled on Mary for the chat search option. Because, yep, there is an option for that. And I've already clicked it once. But since you asked, you shall receive. Marriage? I think it's a bit too early for marriage. I mean, I'm really happy that you want that, Ben, but I think I should get out of here first. Not only do I not want this to be the spot where I get proposed to, but I want to be there when you finally give me an engagement ring. I want that special moment to happen when we can finally be together. So until then, save yourself for me, Ben. Are you happy with your selection, chat? Because I'm ready to call it a night. Ugh. Did not expect to go until 5 in the morning, but such is life. And here we are, so. It is time that I say goodnight. I'm gonna go to sleep now, hon. Ben, you stayed up the entire night. Yes, I did what I want, and I have no regrets. Uh, I, I plead the fifth. I have no idea what you're talking about. I thought so. Go get some rest, Ben. I wouldn't want you to get sick. Sleep earlier next time, okay? Sweet dreams. Good night, chat. I just really wanted to show that. Yeah. If you stay up until 5 a.m. with Monica and then tell her you're going to sleep, that happens. The glitch text didn't used to change periodically. That was a new thing they added a few updates ago. I'm so glad I finally got to showcase that. That's amazing. So, yep. Have a good night, chat. See you tomorrow, or I guess later today now, with some blue skies. Take care.